Should be working now. Or not. I don't know why, but every once in a while, OBS... I don't know. Every once in a while, OBS just doesn't pick up my capture card anymore. And instead of just trying to remove it and add it again, it's easier to just close OBS and reopen it, because it usually always comes back instantly. And I don't know why it does it, other than... I don't know. I mean, it's like last night. I also don't know why I was dropping like half of the frames. So I closed OBS and opened it again and it was fine, so I don't know. How are you guys? Yeah, I don't know. Like I can't even load. I was gonna have Ryu's stream open while I was streaming, because I actually do that a lot. I have other streamers' streams open while I'm streaming. And I couldn't even load his stream. I was just like, alright. Yeah, it's like really struggling to keep his stream up. I blame Twitch. You're still pretty good? I'm glad. How are you, Yuki? Alright, I don't remember where we left off exactly, other than we were talking to, Shion. Shion, that's her name. I guess I could have just, I don't know. It's, the thing is too, is like, part of me is like, I guess I could have just tested the capture card to make sure it was working before I hit start streaming, but I've also done it before where even just swapping from stream starting to the actual game scene in OBS breaks the capture card, so I just don't know. Hold on, I'm gonna make sure I have the guide up in the background in case I need it. Hello, Yuru. How are you? She's so cute, Booba. Oh, I get the fancy one? Wait, did we go on a date? Did we go on a date? I think we did. I don't remember now. I'm still trying to get this discount card for no reason other than I want it. Because we have plenty of money. Do you have to do each hostess on every character? Each character actually has like their own hostess basically. So I just, after I'm done one hostess, I switch to the next character and do their hostess basically. Except Kiryu has two. But you can't do... I'm trying to fix my cardigan. Ugh. Kiryu has two hostesses, but you can't do his last hostess until you've done everyone else's. So I did Kiryu's first one first. I'm doing Shinada, and then I have to do Saejima and Akiyama, and then I'll go back to Kiryu and do his final one. So there's a total of 5. You know what? They should have just given Haruka a hostess. You know what? Why not? Could you imagine? Toughness Infinity. A booby prize. Oh yeah, that's right. That wanted to marry her or something. What about him? So there was a client apparently that just like, I don't know, it seemed like he went out with her for a few times and then like asked her to marry him. Like, slight weird champ. I told my mother about his marriage proposal. Wow, really? Uh-oh. Yes, at first she was pleased, but as I told her more about him, her disapproval grew. Wait, why? What? I thought he was like a rich businessman, dude. How come? Isn't this guy a big shot at some huge corporation? I figured she'd be bouncing off her glided rocker, or her gilded rocker. I can't even read. Oh, she's actually worried because his family's social standing is too high for us. Wait, what? Is that a thing? Is it bad if I say oh wow? Sausage Curls hosted. Hey Time Zones, how are you? Oh wow, ha, I didn't realize you rich folks had to consider that sort of thing for marriage. How are you doing, Time Zones? It's not just the marriage itself to consider. There will be problems down the line if two families have to maintain a relationship. Things would get pretty tense, I bet. Wait, are you seriously going to turn him down because of what your mother thinks? I don't know. Why not? So then the answer is yes, you're gonna listen to your mom. Because if my mother gives her blessing, I'll get married, and if she says no, then I can't. I really want to say that's really weird, but I don't know how that's gonna go over. Because in my opinion, it's really weird, but what do I know? What do I know? Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird. I can't. It's weird. Weird. You're doing alright trying to decide on dinner. We just had macaroni and cheese, you know, like adults do. Panda, you must make Pandasaur into an emote. Pandasaur emote or riot. That's really weird. Why do your parents pick who you get married to? Arranged marriage is the norm here in Nagoya. In fact, it's somewhat strange that I'm the one telling my mother about the proposal. Alright, so what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Because all I'm hearing about is what your mother wants. Sounds to me like an excuse to put off making a decision. Oh! Janata! Sir, does he have a filter? Oh. Oh, okay. You really are insightful, Shinada-san. It's a little disconcerting how well you know me. Dang, Shinada giving out the tough love. He really does. Like, so far in, like, all of his conversations with her, half the time he's just like, yeah, that's dumb, or, you know, something like that. And she's like, oh yeah, you're right. Thanks for your advice. I'm like, what? He literally just insulted you. I mean, he's not wrong, but also, like, he could have said it maybe a little, softened it a little. Shinada doesn't know how to pull any punches. Physically or, apparently verbally. I've just got a knack for reading people, but if you really don't know, you should probably think about it a little harder. He's that friend that we probably all need. He just tells it like it is. Do I want to do anything? Can we go on a date? Let's go on a date. Go on a date. Go out with me. Do you want to go out later? After this, you mean? A Shinada, like us. How does my new haircut look, Shinada? Like it looks bad, bro. Aw, come on, you were making me blush. Alright, we're gonna take her to karaoke. I hope she likes to sing. Wait. Since she's all fancy and stuff, is it possible she thinks karaoke's dumb? Can you hold your liquor well? Yes. Have you seen this dude's home? There's literally beer cans everywhere. Sure, though, I should point out I haven't drunk a lot of the high-end stuff. If you can drink regular alcohol, your tolerance is plenty high. People who can't hold their liquor can't even handle a single beer. What about you, Shion-chan? Oh, I try not to drink alcohol, actually. Can you drink? Can you drink? Yes, I enjoy alcohol quite a bit, but for a while I wound up overdoing it. I was almost a borderline alcoholic. No way, really? My doctor has forbidden me from drinking now, so I'm careful not to have even a tiny drop. Hey Fressa, how are you? Is that so? In that case, I won't encourage you to drink, and if you think you've had too much, I'll be sure to stop you. I'm sorry to put that sort of burden on you as my customer. Oh, don't worry about it. Besides, it'll be cheaper for me. You're good. Welcome back. Thanks, Fressa. I know you streamed yesterday, but man, oh, no worries. No worries. We just played some mahjong yesterday. I was really tired. I'm actually still kind of tired. Just want to sleep forever. Darkness take me. I couldn't allow alcohol to consume my life, which is how I was able to bring myself to stop before I developed an addiction. Looks like your self-respect saved the day. Indeed, I won't allow alcohol to get the better of me again. Good call. Drinking should be enjoyed, but it shouldn't control you. You have a life to live that's not dependent on alcohol. Oh, well said. I'll be sure to follow your example from now on, Shinada-san. Haha. Well, the only reason why I don't drink every day is because I can't afford to. Is that really what he wanted to bring up? Didn't I have something to give her? Oh yeah, does she like watches? Do you think she'd like a watch? Maybe a belt? I don't know, let's see. Watch her be like, this is garbage. What is it, Shinada-san? Oh, she liked it. Nice. Are you certain? I'll take good care of it. Can you give it to me? Sure. You can have the watch, Ressa. Hey, Big Grand, how are you? I'm doing well. I always need a day off after any kind of vacation. My mini vacation from my vacation. Yeah, I was like, I really thought about not streaming last night, and I was like, well, I'm probably gonna play Mahjong anyway, so whatever. I just stream. Are you good at hiding things, Shinada-san? I don't see him as somebody who is good at hiding anything. I don't really know. I don't really know. Maybe people see through my lies and just don't tell me. Maybe my lies have been exposed without me even knowing about it. That is true. There's no guarantee how long your lies will hold up. You're doing good. You're eating fried chicken and cucumber and chillin'. Fried chicken. I love fried chicken. It's so good. How long did I stream? It was like... Russa gets watch instant full heart game. I think it was like 5 hours. Which, I mean, it's still a long stream, but I guess for me it seems short. I don't know. Have you ever had cucumber mayonnaise? It's amazing if you like mayonnaise. Wait, cucumber mayonnaise? I didn't even know that was a thing. That is a long stream. I guess it just seems short in comparison to like all my other streams that are like 8 hours long. Huh? Is something wrong? But yeah, I have off this week. So I have today through, I mean, we had Monday off for Juneteenth, but I basically have Tuesday through Friday off. I don't want somebody I date to keep any secrets from me whatsoever. That's why I'm hesitant to have a relationship with someone who is a skilled liar. Hmm. Aww.
Welcome back, Pandu1 Jam.
Thank you, Rick Muppet. Thank you for the 100 bits. And thank you for the welcome back. Yo, that yoke on your head looks like a pro from Ragnarok Online. I just noticed the tiny ears. Oh, like the pouring? We played way too much Ragnarok Online. Oh my god. That's like the one MMO I've put way too much goddamn time into. Oh good, then definitely catch up on the Z's. Yeah, I thought about just doing that today, and then I ended up like cleaning stuff instead. But how are you, Brick Muppet? I know, I love the Pandu1 Jam. Have we determined when Shion last had sex yet? TMI is the only exciting subject. I do not know. We have not. I think, I don't even know if I asked her. Oh, the only thing I asked her TMI was about was her measurements, which she actually gave me her measurements, and I wasn't expecting that, so that was interesting. I mean, I would say it's a good call. Do you really want to date somebody who's a skilled liar? Good call. Lies lead to fights. After all, it's best to be honest with each other. Wouldn't you be upset with your partner if you found out they lied to you? Yeah, I guess it depends on what it was about. Depends on what it was about. Sometimes you have no choice but to lie if it'll protect someone. If I found out someone had been lying to me for a reason like that, I wouldn't be mad at them as long as I agreed with the reason. Played a lot when I was younger, even though I didn't get anywhere. Just spent hours fighting the porings or whatever they were called, and then lagging through the aisle of seller bots in the main cities. Yeah, there were so many. The more proper they are, the so is that kinkier or or the keener they are to go around? I would say kinky. But technically, yes. Gotta peel back the propriety. Yes, they would throw the best surprise parties. Hey, Spectral, how are you? How are you, Mystic Man? Difficult to simply come clean about something if you don't know how the person will be upset or not. Yeah, but that's just a risk you have to take sometimes. He's like, no, no risk. Alright. TMI time. I get 2 days off this week instead of 1 day off, so that's technically an improvement, but I'm supposed to be on 4-day work weeks. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, yeah, it's good that you're getting 2 days off instead of 1, but if you have 4-day work weeks, shouldn't you... Huh? Are they just like not giving you the days off that you're supposed to have? My days off start now though, so weekend for me, I guess. Oh, okay. You know, there's something I've been wondering about you. What's that? Yeah, let's see. Will she answer this? When did you first have sex? Oh wow, she was very forthright with that. I don't like either of these answers. Alright, really? Huh? Hinata. Nani? The jet-set elite overseas may fool around and play the field, but I am not a woman of such loose morals. I intend to remain a virgin until after I walk down the aisle. You were so pure. Stream died and I thought it was you again, but it was Mayan. Oh no. Yeah, so far it says I haven't dropped any frames. It could be lying to me, I don't know. Inability to successfully hire someone leading to me being voluntold to work extra. Oh yeah, that's right, you mentioned that. Oh no. Is that gonna be patronizing though, if you're just like, you're so pure? I mean, I think it's endearing that she feels that way, to me. That she basically made a decision and she's fucking sticking to it and she doesn't give a shit what anyone else thinks. You were so pure, a real proper lady. Okay. Naturally, marriage partners must be chosen carefully. I have a friend who had to marry this good-for-nothing who got her pregnant. I will not fall into the same trap. I suppose guys can be gold diggers too. I mean, I wouldn't fool around either. Nope. She nodded the gold digger. You haven't dropped any pandas either. I hope I haven't dropped any pandas. The key is to wiggle your eyebrows and say that you're still technically a virgin if it's in the book. We're so gay. Shion, I've always liked the idea of living overseas. In fact, I only really watch movies and TV dramas from abroad. Wait, why are we recycling dialogue already? They do seem more popular than Japanese ones, don't they? They've got a way bigger selection at the video rental place too. Daisuki. And I love gossip about the actors more than their work on screen. Wow. Wait, what? Yeah, you girls sure are into that sort of thing, like tabloid shows and stuff. It's the game's way of saying you're not optimizing your hostess's wooing. I mean, I could, I guess, if I just straight read the guide. Yeah, it said it would. Oh no, so guess who dropped a freshly boiled cup of tea on their feet earlier and is in pain? Oh no. Did you burn yourself bad? That's a nice goal. It's a nice goal. The American dream, right? No, Shinado, the American dream is a lie, sir. Would you like me to tell you about the American dream? When I played baseball, I dreamt of playing in the majors. It's just all on a different scale than Japan. Knowing about the world makes a big difference in the way you see things. You should definitely take a trip there at least once. So, how do you go about getting one of these green cards? I love it. No blisters, but minor burns on both. Just in pain. It's great. No. I'm sorry. Ugh. Wait, did you actually... Was it just the water, or you had actually, like, steeped the tea too? Honestly, straight reading the guide would still require you to sit down and do linear algebra, or realistically just some manual fiddling to get the optimal path, since there is a lot of branching dialogues where some saying a bad thing leads to more gains in the following up dialogue. Yeah. The American dream is being on the Dallas Cowboys with Michael Jordan, Triple H, and Ronda. It was the whole mug teabag too? Oh no. So yeah, so yes, she's half Japanese. Oh right, you're half Japanese. Yeah, she told you that, you goober. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh wait, hold on. Will she get mad? I forgot we could look around. Will she get mad? Hello. Hi, I'm totally looking at your face. Yep. I'm looking at these beautiful curls. Look at them. Mm-hmm. They are rotund. Definitely the curls. Yep. I don't think it's smart enough to know where you're looking. Uh-oh. I'm getting bonked with the hammer. Off to horny jail. Respectfully looking. Yeah, I'm not looking respectfully in the slightest. That's absurd. If that's, like, unlikely, then what's even the point? Should do it, don't give up. Yeah, we know. We already did this. Oh. Leave. We should leave because it's maxed out and we don't want to mess it up. Go home. Get out of here. Run away. Oh yeah, that's right. We're going on a date. Can I take her to karaoke? Uba. The curl in the back looks like just like a fucking drill. You probably could kill you with that thing. Never mind that. It was a legit mechanic in 3. If you're not on autopilot walking, yes. Hey Asmo, how are you? Hey Foxhound, how are you? ERB, okay. No spilling tea. Oh, it already teleported me there? Nice. Hey Shion-chan. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we get going? Wait, where are we going? It's Shionada. Where are we actually? No, karaoke's all the way down there. Can she get in the taxi with me? I'm just gonna run across the street. Reckless abandon. You gonna hold my hand? Cute. Cute. She doesn't want to talk to me though. I wouldn't want to talk to Shinada either. Just kidding. Hand holding illegal. Oh, you want to go in there? Okay. You didn't know they held hands. I didn't know either until I took Riku to karaoke and I was standing there while I was talking outside and Kiryu and she just ran up to Kiryu and grabbed his hand and I was like, "Oh, okay." I wonder what drives people to want secondhand designer merchandise. I cannot imagine buying something that was worn by God knows who. I'm sure there are some items that haven't been used at all. Actually, there's probably a lot like that. Why would someone sell something they haven't used? That makes no sense at all. I mean, you're not wrong, but you've never done that, Shion-chan? Like, if you got a present from a customer that you really didn't like? Oh, yes, that. I suppose in that instance it would be better to give the item to someone who needed it. She doesn't need to sell them, Shinada. She has money. Otherwise, it'd just be a waste. If I got any sort of present, I'd put it to good use. There's no sense in letting it collect dust. But what would you do if you received something you had no interest in, Shinada-san? Surely you'd sell it, no? I try to use it if I could, even if it wasn't exactly my thing. I might learn to like it. Maybe that's just because I tend to be far more fond of things I didn't pick out for myself. Oh, that's one way to think about it. Perhaps I should try to use the things my customers give me once in a while. Okay, she's really cute when she smiles like that. It's so kawaii. Hinata got his handheld. He got Game Boy. Don't stand near stores or they extend their fangs. Uh-oh. Find a girl that wants to go to the pawn shop. I need to find me a girl who wants to go to the pawn shop. What? 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 Uh-oh. Hinata, run. Oh, this pepper spray looks interesting. It could be quite useful in a pinch. What? Shion-chan's got her eye on that pepper spray? Oh no. How are you, Chaos Observer? Good morning from this end of the world. Oh yeah, you're from the future. Ohio. I guess we're buying her pepper spray. Okay. Find a panda that wants to go to the pawn shop. Oh, I love it. Thank you. Great. Karaoke. Wait, hold on. Are there shop? There's the bar. I mean, we can go into the bar, but you need to go to karaoke. Bar is fine if you want to drink or something. Wait, she said she doesn't drink alcohol though. Alright, hold on. This will be a test. Is she gonna stop at the bar? She's famished. Oh, maybe we should eat first then? Would she want to eat there though? You want to go to the cafe? You want some dessert? Even though you said you're hungry and not like... Let's see if she will stop here. No. Alright, let's go over here then. Wait, if she goes into this, isn't this like an izakaya? Will she go with the girls? If she goes in here, this would be hilarious. Uh-oh, she angry now? Okay, she doesn't want to go in there, which is what I figured. But it would be funny if she did want to go in there. We'll walk like normal people, maybe. Do you want to go in here then? How do I know what you want to eat though, lady? Can I just take her in here anyway? Yeah, but she didn't actually come in though. That guy could be an ordained minister with those shades and shit. He wants to feast on the dulcet tones of karaoke. Can we take her in the taxi? Because that'd be pretty neat, actually. Alright, let's go to this place down here. Like, how dare you leave me? I mean, it's pretty cute. Wait, is this the door? Yes. Well, rip that dude. Yeah, I can't use the taxi, so I literally have to walk with her. So then the only places left are this place all the way up here and that place. Because we can't exactly feed her at the bar. Wait, does that mean if she doesn't stop and want to go in here, then we can't go in? Okay, she does want to go in. Nice. I was worried for a second. Time's up. I love how the shades look on it. Wait, what do the shades look like on the derp one? I guess it looks the same. Similar? Because I think they're both leaning the same way. Alright, what does she sing? Karaoke alone, just the two of us. This is so exciting. I can't decide what to sing. Maybe I'll try Rouge of Love. Oh no. Here we go.
Illusion of love. Everybody say illusion of love.
You're not alone.
Hey! Illusion of love.
Oh, I like her voice. Nice.
Come on, baby.
Shinada, what are you doing?
Pretty face. Oh, lose your love. Oh, lose your love. Come take my heart. See you. Oh, lose your love. Oh, lose your love. Come take my heart. Conquer illusion of love. Everybody say illusion of love. La 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 illusion of love.
That's me dancing. Hey, football boot, how are you? Did I just join a time zone call? I'm doing good. I'm doing good, football boot. I've never seen anyone nail the interjections like that. Michael. I like how he just stands there smiling. One day Panda Dance Pad rhythm game stream. We could technically play DDR.
ずっと聞いていたいぐらい。
I could listen to that forever. You are quite the singer, aren't you, Shinada-san? Well, I do take pride in my singing. Oh, that's cute. Shinada's cute. The bank tells me I'm going to die in 2073 with a net worth of 23k. What? There are lots of rhythm games besides DDR. I mean, that's true, but I really enjoy DDR.
ありがとうございました。 すごいわ。
Hinata-san, you're so good at this. You definitely have my respect. Fiesta was my DDR clone that I love.
疲れちゃった。
I think my favorite rhythm game is actually probably Pada Pada Paradise. But
お腹すいたわ。
there was only one game released for console. Let's just walk in the middle of the street. Beep beep. Wait, where's the other place? It's straight up ahead.
お腹すいたわ。
Look, sir, don't honk at me.
疲れちゃった。
Yes.
疲れちゃった。
Oh, Pump It Up, right? Okay. I've actually not played Pump It Up. I've seen it a lot, but I haven't played. I feel like I would have a hard time with the diagonal arrows. I would learn, but it would definitely take a moment. Lots of AI predictions based on my spending habits and assuming retirement at 65. Oh, I see. Interesting.
お腹すいたわ。
Go old school and play Parappa the Rapper or Unjammer Lammy. There's Guitar Hero 2. Played the hell out of that till I started learning real guitar. My problem with Guitar Hero is I can't hit like all the buttons really well because my pinky. She wants udon. Okay, so she wants udon. Figured out what she wanted. So like I can play Guitar Hero, but it'd have to be on like the second level, if not, if anything. Like I couldn't do anything harder than whatever is above beginner. I guess normal. I don't remember how it does its difficulties. She wants miso stewed udon with Nagoya Cochin chicken. She's gonna eat my chicken. She's gonna eat chimkin nugget.
いただきます。 品田さん。
This hostess business is for rich folks, it seems. As a guitar player of 13 years, the pinky is the hardest part because we don't think about it. Yeah. Well, yeah, I broke my pinky when I was in high school, so it doesn't really bend anymore. Because I usually have to rekey if I'm playing a game, like if sprint is like shift or control. That's pretty impressive that you started playing it left-handed just for a new challenge. Udon with the dino nuggies, yo. Do you come here often, Shinada-san? Not really, why do you ask? I've wanted to come here for some time, but I didn't know anyone who could introduce me, so I wasn't afforded the opportunity. What's wrong with coming in here by yourself? That's what I've always done. And you didn't have a letter of introduction? Shion, what? A what? I don't think there are any places around here that need something like that.
そうなんですの？
Oh, really? I always get introduced to new establishments by my friends, and so I assumed this place was like that as well. Now you can bring your friends now? Bring your friends next time, then you can be the one to introduce them. Good idea, and I'll have to tell my friends all about you, Shinada-san, won't I? Interesting. About me? No, you don't have to do that. No, I simply must. It would reflect poorly on me to not pay proper respects to the person who introduced me to this place. It's really not that big of a thing. Making your name a topic of conversation can spread the word about you. Talking only of oneself is much too tedious and gosh. Gosh? Aw, geez, is this one of your other fancy high society rules, isn't it? What? I wanted to do the Princess Bride thing and be all surprised I'm actually right-handed and blow someone's mind. Yeah, it's Booba Girl. Hey, Neppa. Oh dear. Hey, Raccoon. How are you, Neppa? Alright, I'm assuming she's gonna be done after
美
that.
味しかったわ。
That was delicious. Thank you for treating me. Oh,
楽しかったわ。
okay, that's what I thought. I had such a lovely time. Me too.
帰りますわ。
Need to head home. See you at the club. Gosh, is that some kind of fancy shiny chocolate? I'm good. Home from work, having food. Ah, nice. Oh, it put me right back in the entrance of the club. Nice. Good shit. Alright, enter the building.
いらっしゃいませ。
Alright, I think this will be the last. We don't even actually have to get her to max, because we're like over halfway to S, I think. Spire Champagne Tower. Actually, I can't do that. I need this gotcha thing.
今日
I need gotcha.
いい匂い。
Ine.
何頼みます？
Oh, go ahead and get her to max. Well, yeah, I still have to dump. I don't remember. I already did some money, but I need to put the rest of the money to go to the orphanage. But I don't remember how much I put in. Oh, go ahead and get her to max. Oh, caps lock was on. No worries.
お疲れ様。
Was there dating and hostesses in 6? Yes, there are hostesses in Yakuza 6. I didn't do any of the hostess stuff in Yakuza 6, but I know that there are because of I've listened to the soundtrack many times, and yeah, all the hostesses' names are there, so yeah, when I played Yakuza 6, I literally played the game and that was it. I was like, okay, on to the next thing. Apparently I was busy, I have no idea what I was doing. You won a monogrammed bag.
すごいわ。
Wonderful, you have terrific luck, Shinada-san. Do inventories ever merge in Yakuza 0? Yes. Technically, you can swap. Money is a little more tricky You have to go through the investor dude, but yeah, you can give money to each other and you can swap items for the most part, so yeah. But it doesn't do it for Yakuza 0 until like the end. Once you get to the part where you can swap between the two, the other thing is like in order to do it, you have to do the thing with the money bags dude, like the entire quest to be able to freely invest, basically send money to each other. So it can take a little bit of time on Majima, because I think the final thing for that quest was like what, 10,000, what did they want to give him, 10 million or something? I don't remember, it was a high number. Kiryu it's no problem at all, but and in Yakuza 0 all I know is there's a cabaret. Also, does 6 have premium adventure so I can redo? Yeah, it has premium adventure. I just basically only did the story and then like I think I did like a few sub stories and that's it. Wait, what did I win? Shit. What did I win? I didn't even pay attention. God damn it.
品田さん
Shouldn't really be a big deal for Majima either after he does the cabaret management.
出てる気がするの
Oh, I got a monogram bag. Okay, well I can give her the bag then. Yeah, the only problem with why Majima might be a problem is it's actually kind of surprising sometimes how few people have done like all of the cabaret management. And then they find out they have to do it basically to get money as Majima. Like, they don't have to, but it would make their lives a lot easier. And then, I don't know. Because some people, I guess, just don't like it. I really like the cabaret stuff, so. Lately, I've been getting the feeling that somebody's following me. Yeah, me. Wait, what? Wait, what?
なんだって
Wait, what?
出
Who?
る時とか
Like I was saying, whenever I leave my house
必ず誰かの視線を感じます
or the club, it feels like someone's watching me.
おいおい
Wait, I got you that pepper spray though. You're good. Oh wait, there's the telephone thingy. The telephone thing in Zero is fun. Okay, but people usually want to do the cabaret. It's Mr. Shakedown that people casually hate, and thus Kiryu is the poor one. Ah, okay. So that's funny. Mr. Shakedown's really easy. You just need a zap gun, really. And Majima can get a zap gun really easily. Because honestly, I don't think I made most of my money. Even as Majima, I just farmed Mr. Shakedown as well. Because once you have an inventory full of zap guns, you just shoot away. Yeah, but you were good, relatively speaking. Aw, thanks. I'm glad you think so. I don't think I'm terrible at the game, but... Or a slime gun. Yeah, a slime gun would work too. But the casual masses try to fisticuffs and are also not good. For some reason, that back and forth Mr. Shakedown strat gave me less money as Majima, unlike Kiryu. Kiryu has a bonus. If you go to the shrine, Kiryu can actually get a bonus for getting more money from Mr. Shakedown. So once like you're maxed out, Kiryu actually gets more money from Mr. Shakedown than Majima does. So in that instance, it's better to just farm with Kiryu and then send money to Majima. That's pretty much what I did. That's how I maxed Majima's, like, his skill tree thing. Yeah, exactly. Kiryu gets exponential growth and Majima gets linear growth. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. I did the same thing when I was doing my platinum trophy for Zero. I was sitting there like, I don't understand why I'm literally doing the same thing and Kiryu's getting more money and Majima gets nothing. And then I was like, oh wait, the shrine. Sounds like a stalker. Alright, you should be careful.
心当たりが全くありませんのお店 店のお客様でもなさそうですし。
I just wonder who it could be. I don't think it's the one. I don't think it's one of the clients here at the club.
品田さん、何かわからないかしら。
Do you have any ideas, Shinada-san? Wait, do you have an idea, Shinada? Come to think of it.
そういえばさ、
Come to think of it, while we were out on that date, there was someone who was taking pictures of you, remember? Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
ああ、ありましたわ、確かに。
Oh yes, you're absolutely right.
そして
Do you think that's who it is?
どこかで見たような気がしてたんですけれど、言われてみればそうかもしれませんわ。
Maybe so. I do feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
どうして私をつけてるのかしら。やだ、理由がわからないと気味が悪いわ。
But why would he be following me? Oh, I'm quite troubled by not knowing why. Can escort you.
そうだい。
Want me to escort you? This can be a dangerous neighborhood, so don't count on strangers stopping if you need help.
品田さんがいてくれたら心強いわ。ぜひお願いします。
Oh, I'd feel much better having you with me, Shinada-san. I'd love it if you did that for me. Sure, I mean, I have to work too, so I can't stick with you 24/7, but if you feel like you are being followed, give me a call right away.
はい。
I will. Shakedown skills in both difficulty and rewards. I don't know if he caps. Yeah, I'm not sure if he caps either.
今日はちょっと。
Does the money rewarded increase? I'm at the point where all my stats need 30k per at least, just on Monument's first chapter, I think, but still thinking ahead and avoiding Mr. Shakedown because of it. Yeah, because basically what I end up doing with Mr. Shakedown is, as Kiryu, I basically, you can get some money from doing the business management, then find Mr. Shakedown and lose. And then after you lose, you basically go in a building and come back out. So he'll spawn on the map again and you fight him and win. And then once you fight him and win, you basically go in a building and come back out and respawn him again. But this time you lose again. Because every time you lose and you get money back as Kiryu, you get more money. So it's almost like, it's not exactly double, but it almost is double what you get back. So you're basically, the idea is you're losing your money and then you go get it back again and you get more money for beating him than what he took from you, basically. I kept farming until I had 1 trillion. Yeah, I basically just kept farming because, like, it's a slow start, but once you get enough money, like, it goes really quickly. I guess the temptation, though, is just not to spend it in between when you're trying to farm the money. Because, obviously, you'd get more money back if you didn't spend the money. Because I think I ended up with, I don't know if I have 1 trillion, but I have over... I had a lot left even after I upgraded everyone's skills. Yeah, that too. As Mystic Man says, like, filling the bar takes forever because you're just sitting there. You're just sitting there holding X and we have to wait for it to fill up and the whole animation times however many skills there are on it. And then you can get it to, like, what? What's the max level? Is it 99? I don't remember. Or is it 999? I don't remember now. But basically, yeah, if you max out both of their skill trees, you can basically go up to Amon. You can go up to Amon and just punch him and he'll die. You don't even fight him. There's videos of it on YouTube, it's hilarious. I feel a little tired now. Are you alright? Are you alright? You're not feeling overworked, are you? No, there isn't anything wrong with me. I think this is the duplicate too. Yeah, this one. The girl who was assisting me earlier was rather inattentive and she wound up upsetting my customer. Sheesh, hope you chewed her out for it. Can't girls get fired for angering a customer, especially another hostess's client?
もちろんですわ。大気の部屋に呼び出して注意したんですの。そうしたらガミガミうるせえよババアって。
I did indeed. I took her aside and gave her a warning and she said, "Put a lid on it, you cranky old bitch."
私思わず手が出てしまいましたわ。
So I struck her without a second thought. I just slapped her too. I'd have slapped her too. Even if she wants to nab your regular client, she has to be a team player. Now she's learned her lesson.
本当ですわ。最近入ってくる若い子は先輩に対する口の利き方がなってませんもの。
Yeah, I don't actually know. I don't remember Mystic Man with the skill, if it was 99 or higher. I can't remember now, but 'cause I think I only did mine to like maybe level 5 for each of them, and then I was just like, all right, I'm bored. Because like you said, it takes so long to. I wish you could like select all or something and level all of them up at the same time. What the? That's weird. Hold on. I'm gonna give Ross. Ross is playing Fall Guys and he's playing with a different controller, but he still had his PS5 controller plugged in, but apparently even though he's playing with a different controller, the PS5 controller was still vibrating. And it was like on his desk, so it was just like making this god-awful noise. I'm like, make it stop. You bailed around 5 as well. Yeah, it just takes too long. Indeed, lately younger girls don't have any respect when speaking to their seniors. Well, this is the cabaret club. A higher-end club would never hire girls like that.
でも悩ましいのはその子だけというわけでもありませんの。
Yes, but what really concerns me is that this girl hasn't been the only one. Oh, there have been others?
というかほぼ全員。
I might go as far to say as it's been nearly all of them.
なんだって。
All of them?
皆さん私のことが気に食わないらしくてことあるごとに突っかかってくるんですの。私って
Here's another one of Shinada's tough love moments. Everyone seems to have it in for me and attacks me at every opportunity. Do you think I'm that much of a disagreeable woman?
そうだね。
Yeah, I can kind of see why the other girls around here don't like you.
まあそれはどうしてですの？
Oh, I see. Why is that? Your politeness could rub people the wrong way. Your style of talking is really refined and polite, so it may sound insulting to them instead. You should try to be more direct with people. It'll make it easier for them to relate to you.
あらそうなの？それじゃあこれから気をつけてみますわ。
You think so? Then I shall try to be more mindful from now on.
品田さん相談に乗ってくださり感謝しますわ。
Thank you for your advice, Shinada-san. Here, let me insult you. I'm kidding. Though, honestly, I have a hard time imagining you speaking casually, Shion-chan. She's just fancy. Is it weird if I give her the bag? Oh yeah, I wondered if she would take the watch. Will you take the watch?
どうかなさいました？あら私これ好きなんです。品田さん
Oh damn, she really liked the watch.
私次に海外に行った時はぜひ行ってみたいところがありますの。
The next time I travel abroad, there's someplace I'd really like to go. Oh, where's that?
どこだと思います？それがカジノなんですの。
Can you guess? It's a casino.
なんだって。
I wouldn't have expected that. You don't strike me as the gambling type, Shion-chan.
いえ、私も経験はありませんわ。ですから一度行ってみたいんですの。
Oh, I've never tried. That's why I want to go to a casino at least once in my lifetime.
そっか。
I guess once could be a good experience.
もう15年くらい前になるのかしら。子供の頃に家族で海外に行った時、宿泊先のホテルにカジノがあったんですけれど。
It must have been 15 years ago since I got close. When I was younger and my family and I went overseas and the hotel we stayed at had a casino.
そこは年齢制限がありまして、子供は入れなかったんですの。だから父が一人で遊びに行って、私はお留守番。
But since I was underage, I wasn't allowed to go in. My father went by himself while my mother looked after me.
帰ってきた父がとても楽しそうな顔をしてたので、私も大きくなったら行ってみたいってずっと思ってたんですの。
My father looked like he had so much fun when he came back that I've always thought about going myself once I grew up.
なるほど。
I get you. Now that you can go all by yourself, you finally have the chance to achieve that childhood dream of yours.
ええ。ですから次こそと思いまして。
Yes, which is why I'm thinking of going.
それじゃあ。
What games would you play?
いろいろありますけど、やっぱりスロットかしら。
あのさ。
He wants to play the slot machines? Have you tried pachinko slots? You don't need to go all the way to overseas for that.
あら、それは考えてもみませんでしたわ。私、パチスロってやったことありませんの。
Oh, I hadn't considered that. I've never played pachinko slots myself. Really? You should try them at least once. I think you'll still be able to enjoy the experience of playing casino slot game.
はい。今度早速行ってみますわ。
Okay, as soon as I get the chance. Just don't get hooked on them. Uh-oh.
そろそろお時間となりますが。
No, we're good.
かしこまりました。
Once you go in the casino, it's either you get stuck there indefinitely or losing it all. It's a trap, Shion. Yeah, Shion, it's a trap. Run.
品田さん、待ってますからね。
Shinada, his face. He looks like a little puppy. That's what Shinada said. Really, bro? He's like, hey, wait. The trick is to attend with someone else and then enjoy cheap/free food while not gambling yourself. Just watch them gamble instead. Alright, I think I have to wait for her to call me now. So I guess we'll just stand here. Like a herp. I can see down your dress, teehee. Yeah, exactly. I wonder, like, what level you can invite them to go on a date and they'll accept. Maybe at C? Hyun, Shinada-san, are you there? Hyun-chan? What's up? I think I'm being followed again. Really? Okay, I'll be right there. Where are you right now? I've left the club and I'm walking toward Kume Boulevard. Fuck Kume. Got it. I'm going to hang up, but pretend like you're still on the phone. That'll make it harder for someone to bug you. Understood. I need to get to Shion-chan right away. I hope it's nothing but... Isn't that... This one's Kume. Alright, I guess I'll just walk this way, and then we'll see her eventually. I'm assuming she's in the middle part, because she just said Kume. There she is. Shion-chan.
品田さん
You're not hurt or anything. No, I'm fine. So where's the stalker of yours?
と
I think behind that street light over there. That guy over there. Uh-oh. Hey, stop. Alright, time to chase him. You have returned with a giant Reese's Choco chunk cookie? Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good. Nice slide. Is that Holmes? Yeah, I don't know what's with this dude. I want a Reese's chocolate chunk cookie. Get him picked. The Wiggly is so cute. Spectral did a good job. Get Waggle. Alright, buddy, start talking. Who are you? I'm with Kine Detective Agency. I mean, yeah, I can tell that you're supposed to be a detective or something, but you're a detective? So you're not a stalker? Are you protecting her? Wait, Shion-chan never said anything about hiring a detective. No, I've been asked to conduct a background check on the young lady. I can only assume she mistook me for a stalker. A background check? For who? I'm not at liberty to say. It's my policy as an investigator to maintain my client's privacy. You could be anyone for all I know. I'm betting I can still turn you over to the police. Taking photos of people without them knowing is still a crime. Then I'll simply claim that photography is a hobby of mine. I simply take pictures of what I see, since when is that against the law? Huh. So that's how it's gonna be, huh? Alright then, instead of the cops, how about I just turn you over to the Nagoya family? the Nagoya family? Yeah, I'm guessing you've heard of them? Listen, man. I'll talk. Being on the other side of the threat like this sure is bizarre. The client who hired me to investigate Shion-san is an executive at one of the leading companies in Nagoya. What? Then that means... Yes, someone has asked for her hand in marriage. So why the investigation? It's not uncommon for influential families to conduct a background check on a potential spouse. It would be problematic if they had associations with an undesirable crowd. An undesirable crowd. Shion-chan might not be at your client's level, but she's from a pretty wealthy family too. She can't possibly be trouble. Actually, my investigation has turned up some alarming facts. Alarming? As it turns out, Shion-san owns a considerable amount of money. What? Well, technically her parents do. They've sold off their mansion and are now living in an apartment that costs 70,000 yen per month. She hasn't said a word about any of this. Nagoya women are a prideful sort. She wouldn't want to tarnish her
そん
reputation.
な
It can't be. Uh-oh. Ah, Shion-chan. Did you hear all of that? Investigator San, is it true that you were hired to perform a background check on me?
はい。
Yes, miss. And unfortunately, at this point, I'm afraid my client is likely to rescind his marriage proposal. Oh. Pedigree is everything in Nagoya. Despite your family's good name and long history, he cannot marry into a legacy that has fallen from grace. What the hell? Hey, Shion-chan. Oh no. I bet Shion-chan's in shock. What am I even supposed to say to her? No, I'll figure that out later. Right now, I need to go after her. Where would Shion-chan go? I bet she's over near the Ferris wheel. The fuck do I get to the Ferris wheel? I've been wondering, is she the one who you do the challenge for at the batting cage? No. Are you talking about the lady that works there? Isn't it? I thought it was... Wait, where is it actually? I don't remember where the Ferris wheel is. There it is. Yeah, that your debt collector guy had a thing with or something. Oh, Milky? No, it's not her. I guess technically where Milky works is a massage parlor? Oh, no, 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 I know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The lady, the girl that ends up working at the batting center also has debt to Shinada's debt collector dude. What was his name? Takasugi? Can't remember. I think it was that? I never remember that dude's name. But yeah, yeah. She's really cute. Yeah, and then Shinada thinks that she's like selling her body to pay her debt back, and it was actually all a misunderstanding. It's hilarious. You've missed... Oh, you missed me, Shun? Oh. I missed you guys. I was only... Yeah, I was only gone Friday and Saturday, but it felt like forever. It felt like an eternity. Shion-chan? Uh-oh. Have you come to laugh at me? At the lying girl who pretended to be rich when she was poor all along? Of course not. How can you even think that of me, Shion-chan? I wouldn't want to be judged by how much money I don't have. I'm not going to do that to anyone else either. Hmm? So, can you tell me what's going on? Is it true you're in debt? It is. But how? My father's business failed and we were left with nothing but debt. He worked so hard to try and turn things around, but the fatigue and stress was just too much. Your father worked himself to death. Didn't you think it was strange, Shinada-san, a proper Nagoya woman who has no business being a hostess? None of my other friends rejoice in receiving gifts from clients. Thank you, Raccoon, for the head pats. Or have to work so hard sending out emails to maintain good business. Ever since my father passed away, my mother has become so weak. I'm the only one who can possibly repay our debts. And that's why you got a job as a hostess. I thought if I worked hard enough, I could pay off those debts and we could live our happy life from before. When that client asked me to marry him, I was hesitant at first, but I decided to accept in order to save my family. I guess that's out now too, huh? This is all because we don't have money anymore. When it comes down to it, our family's lineage and good name are worth nothing. That's not true, Shion-chan. What? Even if you don't have money, it's being together that makes you a happy family. Why does Shinada look so stiff here? So what if you're poor or if you pretend to have more than you do? The important thing is whether or not you are proud of the life you are living. What do you want more than anything, Shion-chan? To live a life of luxury? Or is it to have your family back to the way it was when all three of you were happy? I hadn't thought about it like that. As long as my family was happy again, I wouldn't care if we didn't have any money. That's the spirit. I will decline the marriage proposal. Huh? Shinoda's like, what? I know, right? It feels like ages. Also, thank you for the stretchies and the hydrate, raccoon. Why is there so many bubbles in my water? Alright, hold on. I'm gonna get some water real quick. Okay. Spectral, where are you? It's your favorite. Everybody have a rave while the hall monitors are gone. He said be right back earlier, and I guess maybe he fell asleep. Anarchy! Yay! Alright. I have, you know, when you have like a thermos and it has like that part in the little like silicone part in the lid that like creates the seal? Like the one on my cup that I use for water, I feel like it damn thing was like always falling out. It's so finicky. Just let me shut the damn cup. Breathe. Yep, pain. Okay, we did it. We hydrated. It was an adventure. Oh, stretchies too. Water is death. Stick to coffee and beer. I had tea earlier. I do like coffee, but it's too late now for me to have coffee. Huh? I think I've had quite enough of men who care only about my family's background. The sippy cup is broken. I know. My sippy cup's broken. The chaos emote, Mystic. Can I do an impression of Majima's laugh? I don't know. Honestly, so whenever Majima laughs, the first thing I think of is Papyrus from Undertale. His nyeh. Like, that's all I can think of. That's what Majima sounds like to me. Yeah, I don't think I could do Majima's laugh. Yeah, I don't even know where to begin. Honestly, that dude, that voice actor, I feel like he has such a unique voice, at least when he does Majima. I'm not familiar with like the rest of his roles if he has done more. I'm sorry, I just heard it and was like, what would Panda sound like doing that? Majima is basically a Pokemon in the first game, but he evolves into a person like a Digimon, but
I have got to get up at 1. I'm gonna for the stream. Oh, and the image of Majima as Papyrus.
got to get up at 1 a.m. I'm gonna crash things for stream. Oh, and the image of Majima as Papyrus. I wish you could rename him when you were playing. That'd be funny. Or like Nightcrawler from the X-Men cartoons. But thank you, Rick Muppet, for the 100 bits, and I hope you have a good night and sleep well. And thank you for hanging out. That's up there with Toad on the difficulty voice scale. Ross can do Toad. For some reason. Ross can also sound like Stitch, though. Don't tell him that I told you guys this, because he's like actually really annoyed if I ask him to do either of those. Does that mean he could do Majima? Honestly, that was my first thought when Timezone mentioned Toad. I was like, then can Ross sound like Majima? Can he laugh like him? Replace those undying screech from Ocarina of Time with Majima's laugh when the game slows down. Toad would literally burn my throat. Yeah, when I was listening to Risu do Toad, Risu's Toad is very good. But then, like, when she was playing Paper Mario, I'm just like, oh god, her voice is gonna die. No. There's the Shion-chan we know. QQ. Instead, I found a man who was kind enough to tell me he doesn't care if I'm poor. Well, Shinada would be calling the kettle black if we did. I can't ask for anything more than to spend time with someone who accepts me for who I am. Do you mean Shinada's like, Nani? I don't know how she does more than a line or two. Hinata-san, would you like to be my boyfriend? Really? Me? You bet I would. Oh boy. Yeah, move over, Milky. Got a new girlfriend. Yes, and in exchange, I want to know everything there is to know about you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Close your eyes, kids. Wait, he he took her home. They didn't even go to a hotel. Tion, your home is far nicer than I expected, Shinada-san. I imagine you were a man of far more modest means. Eh, I know how to work hard. I always make sure my place is guest ready. What do you mean? There was beer cans everywhere. She's fading out of existence? What's happening? The light there, holy shit. Then maybe we can work together to pay off my family's debts. Right, how much do you owe anyway? Uh-oh. So, it's actually... Whoa, that much?
はい
My father's business was liable for quite a lot. Personal debts are nothing compared to what a company can accrue. I can see something like that would lead to- I can see how something like that would lead to bankruptcy. Oh, but this will be such fun, Shinada-san. Just you, me, and my mother. We will surely be quite happy together. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Ah, yeah. Uh-oh. Peepo run. I'm so lucky to have you by my side, Shinada-san. Run! Shinada is now like... Poor Shinada. Shion, I feel like a weight has lifted off my shoulders. It's strange because nothing has really changed at home. I guess it's thanks to you. I'll do my best to put the past behind me and live for today, just like you, Shinada-san. It will take me a while, though. I doubt I'll be able to show the real me to anyone but you for a while. Shion. She's so cute! Booba. Oh man, the booba. Oh, price ticket. Shinada needs to call George Clooney and get the Ocean's Crew in this case. I don't have enough money. I don't have enough hands to smash for that kind of money. Alright. Can I just... I don't know, do I have to talk to her? Oh wait, don't I have... I think I have to talk to her again, actually. Because I thought Kiryu asked Riku if she would go. Like, go to Kamurocho for... And then you go introduce them to, Akiyama. But I don't remember. I'm like, how did I do that?
いらっしゃいませ。
品田さん、お待ちしてました。
Oh yeah, that's right. I think I do have to come back because I have like a whole nother conversation thing that opens up afterwards.
いい匂い。何頼みます？
Shout out to her large hand.
こっちお願い。
乾杯。
はい。お疲れ様。何が出るかしら。
I don't know if I have large hands, but I have long fingers because usually like if I try to buy like women's gloves, the fingers are like way too short. You have the smallest freaking hands ever, really? Typing a sentence on a keyboard takes days. Aww.
もうしっかり話し合いました。もう無理して見栄を張るのはやめようって。
I've spoken to my mother about what I've been dealing with. She told me to stop being too proud and to ask for help. Rip.
それより私たちが
And that, above all else, my late father would want me to lead a fulfilling life.
喜んでくれるからって。
I agree, you were only lying to yourself. You gotta be who you really are inside.
品田さんのおかげでそれに気づくことができたわ。本当にありがとう。
Mine are sort of big. My proportions in my family are odd, with being Japanese, Mexican, Puerto Rican, and white. Oh no. Can you use an original Xbox controller? I cannot. Those things are massive. I don't know how anyone holds those damn things. The Duke. They're cute. Like, I could never... It was, like, always awkward, like, trying to play the Xbox with the original controllers. I'd have never realized it without you, Shinada-san. Thank you.
それで今度は母に品田さんのことを紹介しようと思うんですけれど。
I was actually thinking of introducing you.
レストラン
Uh-oh.
を予約してますの。
Uh-oh, he's gonna meet the mom already. I have to be going now. I was actually thinking of introducing you to my mother, Shinada-san. I've made a reservation for us at a restaurant later. I'm all self-conscious now. I've never been to a real live fancy dinner before.
母はテーブルマナーにうるさい方ですから、ちゃんとなさってくださいね。
My mother is rather vocal about table manners, so you'd better be on your best behavior. Uh-oh. Ross just banging everything. Then you still have regular hands. I guess not for a woman. I don't. Have you ever tried a Dreamcast controller or a plug-and play that had that style? I've held a Dreamcast controller, but it's been a long time. I never had a Dreamcast, so... I had one, but I can't remember the controllers because I was quite young, but they're that big. Yeah, if you took the Xbox controller but stretched it vertically, that's how they were. I remember when N64 controllers weren't painful to use. Dreamcast VMU is the coolest thing. Yeah, I honestly don't know how anyone uses the N64 controller. I ended up buying a... I already forgot what it is. What is it actually? Trying to remember what controller. Here it is next to an Xbox controller. Why is this picture's taking so long to load? Chrome, are you okay, bro? Yeah, I have a Retro Fighter, that's what it's called. I have a Retro Fighter Brawler 64. One of the clear purple ones that I use when I play in 64, so it's just the normal controller. Hey Ramu, how are you? Yeah, the original Xbox controllers is wacky. You had this thing called the Versus Max 24 in 1, which was that controller, but a bunch of SNES ripoff games. Oh, interesting. I find I can hold the Dreamcast controller better than the Duke. All good, just came from some vacation and I am so relaxed. Oh, nice. I'm glad you had a nice vacation. What? Oh man, give me a break here. I'm having second thoughts already. Part of me wants to get a Dreamcast so I can play, I kind of want to play Shenmue, like, on the Dreamcast to torture myself because I'm sure the load times are atrocious. Whoa, Boobas, yeah. Do I have any... Does she like this bag? She might think this bag sucks. I'm gonna just order something.
何頼みます？
Let's get fruit.
はい。
She's gonna feed us the fruit. With her boobas, I'm kidding. That'd be weird.
はい。
Ah.
品田さん
Hey, not the big boss, how are you? OG Shenmue is a bold desire. I'd get it for Phantasy Star Online, but then again, I have it for PC. I mean, that's why I have Shenmue for PC and for PlayStation, so it's like, let's get the Dreamcast one too. Loading time is the same? Oh, nice. I'm curious how Quake 3 was on Dreamcast without the right thumbstick. Fruit is very expensive. Yes, it's very expensive, fruit. Yeah, wait, how would you play Quake 3 with only one stick? I guess you use the bumpers to control the camera then? Right? Are you particular about your clothing and footwear, Shinada-san?
例えば
Particular? Do you prefer any specific brands, for instance? Yeah, he's a complete snob with clothing. Sure. Sure, well, when it comes to sports gear at least, I want to spend my money on clothes and shoes that improve my performance, you know?
一流の品を選んでるんですのね。さすがですわ。
Sasuga. So you pick the best that there is. Wonderful. Wonderful. True, that's how Doom was on PlayStation and N64. Those aren't breasts, those are lies. Or booba. Well, I wouldn't go that far. I'm guessing you have your faves, Shion-chan?
ええ。で
Oh,
も
yes.
自分で買うわけじゃないから、こだわりがあるというと語弊があるかもしれませんけれど。
But I don't buy things for myself, so I'm not sure I can really say that they are my favorites. We talking presents from customers? It must be nice to get lots of gifts.
違います。私、そんなよく知らない方からもらったものなんて使いたくありませんわ。
So you would turn down a client's gift? Look at her, she has her cheeks puffed out. That's harsh. I think the most I ever got was a rice ball before a game once. Aw.
私が普段使っているバッグは母から譲り受けたものですから。
The purse I typically carry
買ってもらったわけでもないんです。
is one my mother used to use, so it's not like someone bought it for me. You don't buy stuff for yourself?
そうですね。母と一緒に出かけた時に欲しいものがあれば買ってもらいますけど、自分で買うことはまずありませんわ。
No, when I go out with my mother, she buys me things I want. I hardly ever buy anything on my own. Wow, you go shopping with your mom? That's real girly of you. I'd be pretty embarrassed to do something like that.
あら、品田さんもお母様と一緒にお出かけになられたらいいのに、きっと楽しいですよ。
Very nice lies. I love her nose, very characteristic. Yeah, I like her nose too. They look natural, no canyon in the middle like the fake ones. Wait, canyon? I will agree on the nose for some reason. You should go shopping with your mother, Shinada-san. Duh, it'd be fun. Yeah, I think I'll pass on that. Oh wait, no, I wanted to leave.
なんだい
Because we're... Yeah, we're repeating our conversations. Earlier today, I went to a wedding for a friend I've known since kindergarten.
そっか
Oh yeah?
時間がなかった。
It ran long, so I had to come straight from the reception to the club. The wedding party gift was really heavy. Oh, really heavy, you mean? It's in the locker room right now, but it won't actually fit in my locker. How am I supposed to take it home with
重
me?
いですの。どうやって持って帰ろうかしら。
へえ
That's incredible. It's got to be something really valuable, right? You should open it.
多分お鍋じゃないかしら。
I think it might be a pot?
なんだって
A pot.
見えっ張りなオタクですから。
They like to show off, so I should have assumed they would pick out something big. Like a plant pot? What a dick move. How Nagoya of them. How Nagoya of them. You people always go big on everything.
さすがに最近ではそういう考えのオタクも減ってきてるみたいですけれど、その友人の家はそうではないみたい。
Not as many households do that sort of thing anymore, but my friend's family certainly does things the old way.
そういえばさ
What do other families do?
最近多いのはギフトカタログじゃないかしら。いただいた方がそれぞれ好きなものを後で注文できるんですの。
The popular thing to do is to hand out gift catalogs and have guests order what they'd like afterwards. Neat, no worrying about getting something you already have.
重いものをいちいち持って
And even if I wanted the same pot, that method would save me the trouble of having to carry a heavy gift around.
いいわ。
Alright.
俺も
Whoever thought of that is a genius.
そろそろお時間となりますが。かしこまりました。
品田さん、待ってますからね。
He's still a dork. Hehehe. Oh, I was gonna tell you to do that. Okay. Wait, but he didn't say anything about it, so can I just go? Okay, hold on. We're just gonna see what happens. I'm confused because Kiryu specifically asked Riku if she wanted to, if she'd be interested in going to a different club. No, Professor. King Dynasty pots or that kind of pot? Yep. I have no idea. I'm guessing it's just like a decorative vase or something. Could be a big pile of ah, that kind of pot. Yeah, he's not saying anything. Wait, what the frick? Time zones gamble all your points away. Are you trying to have people join you for us? Maybe. He won 1 point. Up at least. As much as I'd like to take a load off, I should probably focus on other things. Maybe later in Kinecho. Hmm. Now I'm confused because it just happened like as soon as I got Riku to S. Kiryu just asked her. Oh, is it like a conversation thing I can bring up myself? Probably is, and I'm just a dummy. Beep beep. Beep beep. Big spender over here, gambling his 1 point away. Rip. I'm getting close. Soon I can do four. I want to do. I mean, I could do 420, 69, but I wanted to do 69, 420. I have to wait till I'm at 69, 420. Oh, hello. Hello, Will. Sleepy raid. Fine. But yes, when I get there, that was my plan, was to gamble all of my points. Hello, Blue Pixel, and Will, and not the big boss. And Denzel. How are you guys? Wait, did I just run by? Sure did. Again. Thank you for the raid, Will. How was your stream? What were you up to? Let me in. No, now he says it. Oh yeah, Akiyama-san asked me to look for some new girls to work for his club. Maybe Shion-chan's interested. Ree. Oh, you were playing demos. I'm glad you had a good stream though. Thank you for the raid. Hope everybody's having a good night. Or day. For those of you in the future. Oh, Shinada-san, is something wrong? Hey, so, Shion-chan, I've got something I kinda need to ask you. What is it? So, I know someone who works out in Kamurocho, and he's looking for hostesses to work at his club. It would just be a temporary thing, but it'd be a big help if you could consider taking up a post there, Shion-chan. Oh my, Kamurocho? So, would you want to come to Tokyo with me? Haha, nah, it's okay, never mind. No, I can do it. In fact, I've always wanted to see what the clubs in Tokyo are like. Whoa, for real? Well, alright. Sweet. I convinced Shion-chan to go to Tokyo. When I get back to Kamurocho, we should head to Elite. Alright, nice. It was fun. They were very interesting. Oh my god, are you dating? Are you... Wait, oh my god, you are dating them? Seriously? Yeah, Shinada and they're dating now. Actually, Shion asked Shinada to be her boyfriend, and Shinada's like, wait, what? Okay, okay. I guess it was maybe implied, but I don't feel like uh Kiryu and Riku quite had the exact same conversation, but oh, sorry my dude. Ran that dude over. Beep beep. Beep beep. You've never done hostess thing far enough to get to this point aside from running the clubs in 3. I see. Yeah, I've only done like all the cabaret stuff, like the cabaret Grand Prix games and like Kiwami 2 and Yakuza 0, like I love those to death, so even casually I loved playing them. I think Dead Souls, Yakuza Dead Souls was the first game where I did like the traditional, like how it is in this game, and I think the rest of the games, casually going to the hostess club. I love Ai though in Dead Souls. She's so cute. This is Akiyama-san's club, right? I should set him up with Shion-chan. Heck that guy in particular. Yakuza would have benefited from hot coffee more than GTA. I understand now that barreling past pedestrians and knocking them over is a tradition in these games. Yeah, actually in... I don't know if there is in any of the other games, but in Yakuza 3, there's actually a trophy for basically knocking down 100 people, but they have to hit the ground. Can't just run into them, they have to actually face plant to count towards the trophy. And it's actually pretty hard in Yakuza 3 to knock people over for some goddamn reason. They're just too nimble. They have to be dead. Yeah. I wish Dead Souls was on PC. I don't have anywhere to put my PS3 and play it, even though I have it. Yeah, I really hope they do like a Kiwami Dead Souls. I would love that so much. I love Dead Souls. It's so much fun. It's certainly a game. Hinata. Akiyama-san, I brought a hostess from Nagoya. I'm Shion. Good to meet you, sir. What? See, I knew as soon as Akiyama looked at her, he was gonna be like, Booba. Fucking Akiyama. He almost choked. Well, 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 isn't she stunning? Damn, Shinada-san. How'd you manage to nab a babe like her? Hey, no need to be so rude about it, man. My charm and good looks are magic with the ladies. Well, your charm makes me want to hire you as a talent scout for our club. Now then, nice to meet you, my dear. Oh no. I can't wait to see what men in Tokyo are like. This is going to be quite fun. Fucking... If Akiyama could have spit his teeth out just then, he would have. Alright, now we get to swap. Will read. Hey TK, how are you? Also, I don't know, what is that dude? Maybe we'll do Akiyama last. Let's do Saejima. Even though Akiyama technically won't be last, Kiryu will be last because he has a second hostess, but whatever. Wait, no. Hold on. Okay. I have to empty my My stuff. There was also a heat move that we're missing with Saitama. I don't know why, but the Dreamcast controller looks cute to me. I've just always liked the way it looked. Alright, let's see. What are we missing? Why is there an expired lunch set again? I don't know. For some reason that's an item. And you can actually, the character can actually eat it to get health back for some strange reason. But in this case, there was a side quest that Shinada did where it was for the convenience store manager, and you end up filling in for him working at the convenience store. And for doing so, part of your compensation was one of the like bentos that was like gonna go bad, basically, so they're not selling them. Gave him to Shinada instead. Shinada's like, hell yeah, I'll take it. I'm like, okay, bro. I think this is the one he's missing. Or no, okay, never mind. That's Akiyama. So then is it here? Yeah, oh, we have to do Essence of Puppetry. When your health is flashing, grab an enemy by the legs, press triangle. Okay, so his health has to be flashing. We'll make sure, but I think these two are also Akiyama. Or no, one's Shinada? Equip a pole weapon, stand a distance from an enemy, and then press triangle. Oh, I thought we did that one already. I guess we didn't. I thought we did that. Alright, well. So then which weapon one is missing? You gotta sleep, but don't have enough leaves to play Friday night? Oh no. Aw, time zone, that was nice of you. Thanks, Pretha. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a good night and sleep well. Oyasumi. That was nice of you, time zones. Alright, weapon moves. Are these out of order? I think this is hammer. Yeah, this is Akiyama's too. This is also Akiyama. So Saijima is missing one, Shinada is apparently missing one. Well then shit, if that's the case, we'll just go back to this herp derp. Wait, that can't be right. Okay, no, he is done. So these two is Kiryu and Saejima, but I'm gonna be Saejima so he can just do them. Okay, never mind. I'm not insane. That's what I thought, Mystic Man. I'm just can't read. The problem is that the names don't match up exactly, because it's possible they changed the name for the remaster and or he's going off of the Japanese translation, which actually a lot of guides do that and it always confuses the shit out of me trying to match up the things. Like I'm like, no, I'm dumb. I need the name to be exactly the same. Alright, we need Knuckles. Knuckles. I'm confused because I thought Kitty did this. Where's the baby hammer? There's the baby hammer. Knuckles. And then we need flashing health. I don't think I have enough. That might be enough. Maybe. Alright, out we go. You'll play the whole thing for you on Friday. Wait. Where are you? It's like, who's yelling at me? Alright. Oh wait, hold on. Do I have a specific thing I have to do? Probably should have looked at that first. Probably, maybe. Oh, not that one. I meant this one. Oh, they have to be a fallen enemy. Okay. Well, we can arrange that. He started standing up though, so I don't think this is the same one. We'll make sure, but I don't think that's the one they wanted. I forget how slow he moves with the hammer. Look. Oh no, his heat's not charged. I hurt it. Oh, he's just gonna get wrecked. Yeah. Stop being scared. Saejima, you do too much damage when you throw them. Alright, where's the dude you called? There we go. No. I mean, I guess you can throw them? Ow. What am I gonna play when I finish this game? We'll probably move on to Yakuza 6. Do they also have to be fallen with the... They have to be fallen with the knuckles as well? Can you not smoke? I didn't want you to smoke. Uber. No, I went wrong weapon. Oh my god, that was brutal. Yeah, I feel like any of the heat moves I have to deal with them being on the ground are usually like very like, ow. Ugh, gross. Alright. We finished a section. Finishing moves is done. Alright, they just have to be on the ground. And he has to be in flashing health. Alright, there you go. Fight me.
何見てんだこの野郎。金ねえわ。さっさと金出せや。
Oh, they're all on the ground. Oh, he doesn't have his feet charged because I accidentally used the thing. Jimo, stop it. Wait. I don't think that's the one I wanted though. I think he started getting... Yeah, is that the one? That's what I wanted, there we go. Jeez, all of his attacks look like finishing moves. Yeah, Saejima is slow, but he hits very hard. No, that's still not that one. Am I reading the thing wrong? Oh, I have to grab them by the arm. Okay, I'm dumb. I just can't read. Let's try that again. Wasn't there dudes here that are like always fighting? Yeah. Here they are. Come here. Come here. Also, thank you, Time Zones, for the head pat. There we go. Damn. What the fuck? Oh no. We don't get an emotional damage? Is the thing delayed again today? Or is the bot just said peace out?
Emotional damage!
Well, it works. Bonk. The bot scared the fuck out of you. Bot be like, I'm scream. I'm scream. Alright, did that count now? Yay. There we go. We didn't have to be in flashing health for that one, but I didn't bother healing either. There's actually a trophy for that one. We have to defeat 50 enemies using that, I believe. So that'll be a time. Alright, so yeah, we're doing really good because all of the heat actions left are Akiyama. So pretty much once we are done with Saijima's hostess and we switch to Akiyama, then we will do those and the heat moves will be done. Kaguya is cute. I actually don't know who Akiyama's hostess is, so I guess it'll be a surprise. I also don't know who Kiryu's final hostess is. It'll be a surprise. Can taste that platinum. Yeah, we're so close. See, we're at 96.91% with the completion list. Granted, we still have stuff to do after that, but the completion list is a huge chunk done. Wait, don't I have to go... So it's down there. Alright, well, I could have taken the taxi there, but we're already walking, so... The cage fighting alone, good lord. Yeah, the Colosseum is definitely a time. I will say, I think I got a lot better at the Colosseum as we had to keep suffering through it, so there's that at least, but... Welcome. What are you in the mood for today, sir? I want to go to a cabaret club. Guess I want to hit up a cabaret club. I could use drinking and conversation. Ah, then I know just the place. I highly recommend Rose Hip. What sort of place is it? It's over on Lavender Street. The interior is a little on the dark side, and the seating areas are all partitioned off from one another. It's perfectly suited for spending quality one-on-one time. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go then. Very well, sir. Please give me one moment while I check in with the club. Look out, Dural. Panda is gonna whoop that butt next time. Oh god, Dural. So... Hello, this is Arai from Tsukimi no Guide. Arai. I have a gentleman here who wishes to visit your establishment. Is now a good time? Alright, thank you very much. Let us go. All set, sir. If you'll please follow me. Yeah, I think, where are you? Wait, where are you in town from, sir? Tokyo. Tokyo, really? I'm from Tokyo myself, actually. Oh, yeah? What are you doing in Tsukimino, then? Well, it's something of a delicate subject. I'll just say certain things keep me from sticking around Honshu, okay? I'll change the subject. What sort of club are you taking me to? Are girls there any good? I'm not sure what your tastes are, sir, but personally, I would recommend Kaguya-chan. Kaguya, eh? Kaguya is the same girl that Himura recommended, right? Yes, that is the same girl, Saejima. Oh yes, she's pin-up girl material with a real dynamite body. Just wait till you set your eyes on her melons. Wait till you set your eyes on her melons. That's what he said. She also can come off as kind of lackadaisical, but she's actually really smart and snappy conversationalist. She's pretty popular with older men. Lackadaisical? I'll just say she takes things at her own pace, and it's probably not worth trying to lecture her about it. Not a fan of being lectured, then. She's also blood type A, 26 years old, and a Scorpio. Hey, Scorpios, rise up! If memory serves me correctly, she's a big lover of chocolate as well. Hey. Chocolate good. I see. The melons. Alright, here we are. Hope you have a good time. Let's see what happens. I think part of October, November, and maybe a little bit of September. Or September, not September. December. I don't remember when it ends. Scorpio is October 23rd to November 22nd. There you go. Sagittarius is November 22nd to December 21st. Yeah, so it's basically the end of October, most of November is Scorpio. Ross is actually a Libra because he's at the end of September, September 23rd to October 22nd. Ooh, the you body melt. I should know Panda's exact B-day by now. Wait. That's okay. No worries, time zones. Technically, I've only had one. I've only had... Close. I've only had one birthday on stream, so... It's only been one time. I don't expect everybody to remember. Panda's... But my birthday is the 17th of November. But the 15th was really close. Down to the minute. Dang it. Do you guys know the time you were born? I was born at 11:58 a.m. I was right at the end of the Price is Right, okay? Need to know blood type, measurements, birthday, star sign, even though that's implied by B-Day and panties color. I have no clue when I was born. Probably for the best that nobody knew when they were born. Who needs birthdays? Kidding. I like my birthday. Well, mostly. I don't like that it's cold. Let's fuck the cold. In terms of time, at least. I should just start going to Florida for my birthday. I realized that was an insane thing to write. Look at her. Look at the melons. As the dude said. Kaguya, hello there. Melon. Nice to meet you. I'm Kaguya. Here, this is my business card. Hey, we have the same nose. Her nose is like mine. Did you know that that nose, it has a specific name? Is it like, is it Aquilian? Aquilian? I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm a herb dirt. But Majima has a nose like that too. But yeah, I was surprised to see that she had a same nose. This girl is just like Himura said. Guess he's not completely foolable. May I ask your name? Saijima Taiga. Yoroshiku. I literally had no clue that certain nose types had names, and neither did I. I don't remember. A friend and I were talking about it, about my nose specifically for some reason, and then that came up, and then I was like, oh, interesting. I didn't know how to name. He actually brought it up, I think. What would you like to order? Gotcha drink, duh, because we're 5. Ooh, feel like trying your luck? Oh, wait. Okay, I have to remember for next time, but I have to get the cologne out of the save box, or I'm gonna get bopped.
乾杯。
お疲れ様。何が出るかな。
Am I ever gonna get the discount card? I don't think I am. No discount card for me.
冴島さんって貫禄ありますよね。
Yeah, it's actually kind of weird, like, looking at her nose. I'm like, they modeled it very well. You have such a dignified presence, Saejima-san. Looks don't mean nothing. A man's real worth is measured by his actions.
冴
Oh,
島さんもいろいろすごいことされてるんじゃないんですか。
oh, but I'm sure you've done plenty of very interesting things. I
せ
guess.
やな。
例えばどんなことされてたんですか。
Come on, give me an example of something you've done. I was in prison. Oh my god, are you kidding? Saejima, what? Do we really want to tell her that? We've like literally just met her. What is this? When did this game become a mirror? Yeah, exactly. Can I play hard to get?
いや。
It's not for me to tell. Bragging about himself only lessens a man.
そういう謙虚なところが大物ですね。
Okay, that worked. I'm really impressed by your modesty. How about you? Been at this job for long?
この店は3年くらいですけど、あちこち移ってるんで、かれこれ6年近くやってますね。
I've been at this club for about 3 years, but I've moved around a fair bit. I've worked at other places for closer to 6 years. I mean, that's a long time.
そうか。
That's a long time. You're a real veteran.
そうなんですよ。もう店の若い子たちからババア呼ばわりされてて。
They call you a grandma? I sure am. The younger girls at the club are already calling me a grandma. You're only 26.
店でも一番の古株なんですよ。
I'm the most senior girl here at the club. 26 is old? Wow, how come you've stuck with it for so long?
なんとなく
I just kind of have. It's your calling? It's your calling. People with no sense of purpose wind up sticking with things longer than they expect.
そうかも。私普通にお給料もらえればいいから、
うん
全然指名取ろうとしてないし。
Maybe. I'm fine as long as I get my base salary, so I don't even try to get regular clients. It's amazing you don't get fired? Wow. Thank you, Star Soldier, for the head pats, and the stretchies, and the posture check, and the hydrate, all the things. 26 is old, sweat's an old person. Yeah, exactly. I must be on my deathbed then, since I'm over 30. Seems a waste. A pretty lady like you could be the club's #1 girl, no time flat, if you put in the effort.
昔は頑張ってたんですけどね。最近はもう時間いっぱいおしゃべりしてればそれでいいかなって。
I put in effort back in the day, but lately I'm just fine filling my time with conversation. I'm sure the customers appreciate that. Alright. Time to ask TMI.
あ、せや。
So I've been wondering something. Are you a dom or a sub? What?
な
Oh no, no. If 26 is old, then I'm dead. I know, exactly time the same. Basically, one bad step away from falling over dead. Man, I must be middle-aged at 24. Oh god, good to find out early. Domino's or Subway? She is a sub, a panda sub on Twitch TV. I hope at the end of these quests, all the girls kick the ass of the character. She's going to have you take the test to figure out how much of... Huh?
どっちだろう
I've never thought about it.
うん
Oh, she's really considering,
かな
I guess, a sub? I knew it?
そうか
I knew it.
なんかね、私自分から何かするっていうより状況に流される方が好きなんですよ。
For me, I'd rather go with the flow than have anything to... Wait. I'd rather go with the flow than have to do anything myself, so I let the guy call the shots.
自分から他人をどうこうしようっていう気が起きないんですよね。
I don't have any real urge to figure out whether to do this or that to someone else. I think that's just being lazy. Hey. Shots fired.
冴島さん、どちらからいらしたんですか？
Classic sub behavior. She's so lazy. She doesn't like no switches. Where did you come from, Saijima-san? Tokyo.
月見の
Can't you
今は
tell?
仕事で
Or wait, no, he has an Osakan accent, so never mind. That's like, he's like literally a mystery. Where did he come from? Jail, then the mountains? In jail, everyone else was his sub, basically? What brings you to Tsukimino then? Work? Yeah, that's it. Exactly. Yeah, but it wound up finishing in less time than I thought.
じゃあのんびり月見ので遊んでいけますね。
Oh, so now you can relax and enjoy Tsukimino. Wish it was that simple.
私、仕事でカムロ町に行ってたことがあるんですよ。
I went to Kamurocho for work before, you know. Oh, for a hostess gig?
はい、ちょっと稼ぎに。
Yes, just to make some money. Impressive. You hopped on a plane to Kamurocho just to work in a cabaret club?
そうですね。やっぱりこっちよりも賑わってて、お給料良かったし。
That's right, it was a lot busier than here and the pay was better too. Make a lot of money, did ya?
そうですね。でも全部使っちゃいました。
I did, but I spent it all. How come?
東京で買い物したり、クラブ行って遊んでたりしたら、稼いだお金全部吹っ飛んじゃった。
I went shopping in Tokyo and hit up the clubs. Before I knew it, I spent all I earned. So you're a big spender. So you're a big spender, ain't nothing wrong with that.
本当ですか？
You think so?
でも私はもうちょっと貯金しておけばよかったかなって思ってるんですよ。
I feel like it would have been better if I'd been able to save at least some of that money. I mean, yeah, you had fun, right?
そうか
You're young. You're fine. But you had fun, right? Then there ain't no problem.
やっぱり冴島さんもそう思います？
You think so too, Saijima-san?
あんまり気にしてないんですよ。
It's so cute. To tell you the truth, I don't actually regret it much at all. You live by your own rules, don't ya? Yeah, don't ya? What are we gonna do now? Alright. Oh, I can't do TMI again. No. Wait, tell us about yourself.
影
Those kinds of persons are dangerous. Mind if I ask you something about yourself? What would you like to know? Special talents?
どえ
特技ですか？
Hmm.
あ、歩くのが得意です。
Oh, I'm good at walking. What? Wait, what? 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 How do you mean?
ほら、ファッションショーとかでモデルさんが
Oh,
肩や腰を
so
くねくねさせながら
catwalk, okay.
セクシーに歩くじゃないですか。
That's okay, that's a little different. But she just said walking. I'm just like, what? But do catwalk, okay, that's completely different. That does take kind of a skill. It's not. You know how in fashion shows the models need to walk with a sexy sort of shimmy to their shoulders and hips?
なるほど
Oh, okay. I think I get what you mean.
たまに外歩いてる時になると男の人が露骨に振り向くんですよ。それがもう楽しくて楽しくて。
Sometimes when I'm out walking, I'll do that and get some guys to turn their heads. It's super, super fun. G cup, by the way. Hey, Ryu. For drama purposes, I had to walk like a woman, which was instructed with wiggle your tail feathers a bit. What? She needs a Harley if she cares about that. I guess that's sort of a special talent. Saijima's like, what?
冴島さんってすっごいマッチョですよね。私の好み。
You're macho. So cute. You're so buff, Saijima-san. Just my type. That's so?
私格闘技が大好きなんですよ。
Mm.
テレビ見ながらいつも手に汗握ってますもの。
I'm really into martial arts. Whenever I watch fights on TV, I'm on the edge of my seat. Yeah, I fought a bear. Or two. I wouldn't have guessed. I didn't think women were into that sort of thing. What? There's no women on the internet.
そんな
That's what that
こと
felt
ない
like.
ですよ。男の人の裸が見放題の番組なんて最高じゃないですか。
That's not true. What's not to like about watching a bunch of guys who are practically naked? Amen, sister. Amen. Why do you think I'm playing this game, Kaguya? Half-naked men fighting, yeah. No shirts. Yeehaw. Let's go. Perv. I mean, that's kind of what I thought, but anyway. Hey. Wait. Will she like being teased, though? Or will she just be... I like women with no shirts, too. I mean... Yeah. Can I tease her? I want to tease her, but I don't want her to get mad. Oh well. We're teasing her. Perv. You think like a dirty old man?
いいじゃないですか。
What's wrong with that? You guys watch porn videos and stuff, right? Called out. Called out. Fucking shots fired. Right.
なるほど
Right. I see your point.
私生で試合を見たことはないんですよ。一度行きたいと思ってるんですけどね。
I've never seen a match
で
actually.
行くのはなかなか勇気が。
I thought about going to see it once, but I was too scared to go by myself. Yeah, if you want to go with me, I'll go with you. We don't even know each other, but hey, you want to go? Want to go with me? Then you wouldn't be scared.
本当に？
You really mean it?
あ、でも格闘技のチケットって結構入手するの大変って聞きましたけど。
Oh, but I hear it's pretty tough to get your hands on tickets to a martial arts event. It's fine. We'll just tell them that Saijima can fight bears. They'll definitely let us in. That's okay. I used to help out at a gym and I still got some connections.
そうなんですか？
Wow, really?
さすごい。
What is porn? Hey Roman, how are you? Basically tops should be abolished. My friend dated a girl that looked and sounded like this. Then he didn't give her something finally. She tried to take everything until the next guy to leech on. Aw. I think porn is fine and respectable. Two types of porn. Oh my god, the boobs. You think you have the flu? Oh no. Nah. Yeah, I mean, I personally don't have any issues with porn. Wow, really? That's cool, Saitama-san. COVID negative? Not just porn, the porn. Those actresses and actors
そろそろお時間となります。
provide a service that we all need sometimes. Yeah, how was the whole Bible Black thing? Honestly, okay, things like that, like Bible Black or like Love Blue Girl, are just like it's just like so fucking like what? That it's like I don't know, things like that are just too funny to me because of the absurdity of like what the hell is happening on screen. So if I watch anything like that, I'm usually just fucking laughing because I'm like like what? Yeah, totally based on a true story. You were coming up on your time limit, sir. Would you care for an extension? Yes.
ご延長で
Winch. Wait, can we ask a different question now? No. Alright, what are you interested in? Is Bible Black like Oremo weird? Oh, Bible Black's on a completely different level of weird. Since Bible Black is actually a hentai. So, what do you like? Hmm? What do I like in terms of what? Google's Bible Black? No, time's up! No! We lost time zones. If I recall, the English dub for Bible Black is just awful. That would be correct. From what I remember. I was just like, what? Yeah, just like the whole thing. Like the dub, what's happening on screen. I'm just like, I can't even believe that this is a thing. I like the images I'm seeing. What do I like in terms of what? Well, we know that she likes martial arts stuff, so when that cover TV, I don't know, maybe she watches different stuff on TV? Yeah, what do you like for food? Food. Let's talk about food. You got any favorite foods you like to eat?
私割と何でも好きなんですけど
Oh, I like a lot of things. Any food in particular?
私ねウニが好きなんですよ
Oh, uni. Okay.
なるほど。
Uni, huh? Hokkaido's got plenty of seafood. Do you eat sushi a lot?
お寿司もいいんですけど
Sushi's good, but
好きなんです
I really like rice bowls with uni.
ウニがぎっしり詰まってるのがいいんですよ
Nothing beats a bowl of white rice topped with a ton of sea urchin. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. You Hokkaido folks got good taste.
冴島さん生まれは東京じゃないですよね
A game for Bible Black on the N64. Wait, really? What? I want the team behind the ghost stories to dub the dub Bible Black. Oh boy. How are you, 4-button? That would be... You weren't born in Tokyo, were you, Saijima-san? Nah, I'm from Kansai.
やっぱり関西の人は言葉ですぐわかりますからね
I knew it. You can tell right away if someone's from Kansai from the way they talk. How about you?
私は北海道生まれ北海道育ちです
I'm Hokkaido born and raised. Country girl? So you're a country girl, huh?
そうそうどさんこ
Yep, that's me, country girl through and
そう
through.
か。
Where in Hokkaido?
札幌です
Here in Sapporo. Really? You don't got an accent though. Is that because you spent time in Tokyo?
いえ子供の頃からずっとそうですよ北海道の子って訛りないんです
No, I've just never had an accent. Even when I was a child, people from Hokkaido don't have accents. Huh. Huh, now that you mention it, no one I've met here has had one.
今は普通にテレビで東京の言葉聞きますからね。おじいちゃんおばあちゃんくらい
You're doing alright? I'm doing pretty
お
good.
父さんお母さんも訛りないですよ。
You did further research and it appears to be fan art, but there are games. Interesting. I guess it would make sense if there was probably like visual novel dating sim kind of hentai games for it. Because that seems to be a common like path for hentai, I guess, for it to just either be like in a form of a visual novel. I guess technically it's probably cheaper for them to produce than like a full-on animation as well. Like just doing like a doujinshi or some sort of manga. Because we hear how they speak in Tokyo on TV, maybe our grandparents might have accents, but our mothers and fathers certainly don't. Hokkaido's a pretty big place. Maybe Sapporo's the exception.
多分
Maybe.
ひょっとして
You don't know your own dialect then?
知らないってことはないですけど、なまらとかでも使わないんですよね。
It's not that I don't know it. Like, people say way instead of very, not me though.
そうか
I see, maybe it's just a sign of the times.
青森とか東北の人の方がめっさなまって
Rip
ますよ。
Bros. Yeah, people from Aomori and other parts of Tohoku have a hell of a thick accent though. Hello?
今日マジ
Hella? What's that? What?
めっさって言いません？
Do you not say hella?
いや
Nah, don't know that one.
言いますよ。
What? You must.
共通ですって。
It's used all over the place. Clearly not everywhere. Look at her cheeks puffed out.
グラスが空ですけどどうします？
Oh, we get to do gotcha again.
こっちお願い。
Well, wait, there was booba physics. When she moved her arm,
乾杯
her boob went
お疲
wee.
れ様。何が出るかな？
Stepping away for food. Have a good stream. Enjoy your food, Will, and thank you again for the raid. Those visual novels are interesting. I played one about dating girls who all had some kind of injury of some sort. I chose the one who had no arms. Oh, Katawa Shoujo, yeah. I know in Newgrounds Prime, dress-up games were a popular way to gamify the animated. Those Newground games were a mood. You'd play an RPG that was just answering a random question, then getting a low-res hentai gif from some Sailor Moon adult parody. I was distracted, damn. I guess it was because like she had her arm under her boob, so then when she put her arm by her side, she wasn't supporting it anymore, and it was just like whee. It was just like for a split second. But I don't think any of the other girls did that. Oh, that one's not so bad. There's all kinds of things in here, huh? Unless, like, it was the game glitching or something, which
相島さんはお化
is
けとか
definitely
って
possible
信じます
with this game. Do you believe in ghosts or spirits, Saijima-san? Yeah, I can see him. Wait. Can we tease her?
ああ
I can see him, so I got no choice but to believe it. Hey, there's one right behind you now.
やだちょっとそういうのほんと勘弁してくださいよ。
I couldn't help it. Oh my god, Saijima is so fucking mean. No, stop it, please. I'd really rather you not tease me about this. Yakuza beach volleyball.
なんや
What's got you so scared?
私子供の頃から階段とか本当苦手なんです。そういうの聞いた後は夜も怖くて電気消せなくなっちゃうんですよ。
Oh my god, I don't know what Chrome is like dying today. It's like having so much trouble like loading anything. I've just hated ghost stories ever since I was a kid. Anytime I'd hear one, I'd be so scared that I had to leave the lights on the entire night.
昨日たまたまテレビをつけたら心霊現象の番組やってて、おかげで今日は
It'll be funny if you can quote a clip for context. I visited you in ghost form a few days back. Yesterday, there happened to be a show about ghosts when I turned the TV on, and so thanks to that, I'm all sleep deprived today. How do I... But yeah, why are you so scared?
No.
But didn't she just answer that though?
なんか子供の頃に見たホラー映画のお化けがとにかく怖くて、それがトラウマになってるんだと思います。
A ghost I saw in a horror film as a child was terrifying. I think I wound up becoming some kind of childhood trauma. A movie? You know it wasn't real, right? It was probably just some costume with a guy inside it.
映画の中ではそうかもしれませんけど、実際に実物がいたら怖いじゃないですか。
It may have only been a movie, but wouldn't it be scary if it were real? I mean, probably. When she moved her arm, her boob went wee. Probably like traditional Japanese ghosts don't have feet, right? I'd sure hate for one of those things to come after me in the night.
やだ、ちょっと言わないでくださいよ。
No, 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 don't say that, please. You're going to make me imagine it. You're the one who brought this up, you know. Her cheek puff is cute. Feed fruit. Nom 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 nom.
はい。
Here, let me feed it to you. Say what now? Sidra was like, what?
あー
Ah.
この前、大学の時のサークルの仲間に呼ばれて、久々にジンパしたんですよ。
I think they used this ghost discussion for one of the other cabaret girls because I remember doing it for Akiyama during Haruka's chapter. Ah, I see. Deep investigation for the booba jiggle. The other day, my friends from college called me up and we had our first LBBQ in a while. Lamb. What's LBBQ?
ジンギスカンパーティーの略。
It's like barbecue but with lamb. LBBQ. Ah, I see.
現役の子たちと OB20 人くらいで集まってバーベキューしたんです。大学行くの卒業して以来だったから懐かしくて。
We had a cookout with around 20 students and alumni. I haven't been back to my university after graduation, so it brought back memories. Lamb barbecue's tasty. There's no point coming to Tsukimino if you don't eat some.
本当ですか？苦手っていう人も多いから、冴島さんがジンギスカン好きで嬉しいです。
You really think so? A lot of people can't handle it, so I'm glad you like it, Saejima-san.
冴島さんはバーベキューとかするんですか？
Do you ever barbecue Saejima-san? He likes camping. Yeah, I like camping. I go all the time.
やっぱりアウトドアなんですね。料理も得意なんですか？
I figured you were an outdoorsy sort. Are you any good at cooking? I'm good at starting fires. I'm better at eating.
Yeah.
I'm better at eating. I mostly just wait and let the meat sit over the fire.
でも食べっぷりがいいと作りがいがありますよね。
Still, if you're a big eater, it's more fun for whoever's doing the cooking. Yeah, I just keep on stuffing my face.
そろそろお時間となりますが、
We're Gucci.
かしこまりました。
Is Kaguya wearing a black dress, a purple dress, or a blue dress? It's like a royal purple. It's a very deep purple. But yeah, I can see how it'd be like, what color is it? Because I can see what you mean. Like like when you look at most of it, it looks purple, but then like if you look at parts of it where the light's shining on it, it almost looks blue, and then like parts where the shadow are, it looks like black. But yeah, see like here with the lighting's better, you can see that it's purple really easily. But yeah, it's really dark in the club. Maybe you'd like to come see me again, Saijima-san? Sure, I'll ask for you next time I come in.
本当ですか？じゃあ待ってますね。
You really mean it? I'll be waiting. Yay, we got an E. E. No subject. Thanks for today. Come and see me again when you get the chance. That's nice of you to say. Alright, where is... We need to get the cologne out of the box. I want the other one. Where is it? There we go. I guess we should save it too, because we've been streaming for 3 hours and haven't saved the game. You know, very smart stuff to do. Oh, never mind. This might be the one, but it was that girl in the flashback during Saijima's chapter with his cellmate. Oh, that is Kaguya. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's his name? Kimura? He was telling Saijima about when he saw Kaguya at the club, basically. Wait. What's this here? Wrong way. So technically, you've already seen Kaguya. But this is your actual first time meeting her, I guess, technically. Alright, I'm gonna stretch you.
冴島さん、いらっしゃい。指名してくれてありがとう。
Saijima-san, welcome. Thank you for requesting me. That was certainly a wave. Like, she didn't even open her hand hardly. She was just like shaking her. I just realized something. Saijima's chapter takes place around Christmas, but Haruka's chapter takes place closer to the summer because the Dome concert was in the beginning of summer. Did this story really take place over the course of 6 months? When you mean the Dome concert, do you mean the concert at the end of the game, or... Because the concert at the end of the game took place also in winter, because it was... Because if you remember, when Haruka runs away from Tokyo Dome to find Kiryu, and she finds him on the ground and it's snowing. Night, Ramu! Thank you for hanging out. Have a good night and sleep well. Oyasumi. Yeah, I thought they said the date was close to June or July. I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure... I don't even know if they even say dates, really, in this game. I don't know, but it's, yeah, but it was snowing in Tokyo, so it'd definitely have to be winter. Trying to remember what date Akiyama and the manager of T-Set had mentioned. It was just once towards the end of her part, though. Oh, I see. You smell good. That's so sexy, Saijima-san.
何頼みます？
Give us that gotcha drink. I want the discount card. Ring.
乾杯。
お疲れ。何が出るかな？
Smell like LBBQ. Hey, there it is. Finally. Whoa, you hit the jackpot. Way to go, Saijima-san. Guess it was worth it.
自分が指名してた女の子がお水上がったこととかって。
Such value, much wow. We get $2 off. That's quite the machine to have on a table at a cabaret, yeah. Have you ever been a regular client for a hostess who retired from her job? That's an oddly specific question.
いいよ。
No, never. I haven't gone around that much.
そういう時ってお客さんはやっぱりがっかりしちゃうんですかね？
Do you think customers get disappointed when that sort of thing happens? I mean, probably.
せやな。
Of course, that means the hanging out and drinking together has to come to an end.
そうですよね。
Right. If a girl quits the club, she probably won't keep in touch with her customers. Thank you, Big Grand, for the head pat. Right, if a girl quits a club, she probably won't keep in touch with her customers. You said you've changed clubs a few times. Would you say that's a common thing for you?
私の場合、基本的に月見のから変わってないんで、そのまま前の店の指名客が新しい店に流れてくるんですよ。
Well, I haven't really moved from Tsukimino. That allows my regular clients to follow me to my new
な
club.
るほど。
Gotcha, so your regulars have been with you all this time.
だからこの世界に足を突っ込んでからまだ一度もお客さんと完全に切れたことがないんですよね。
My point is that I've never completely lost touch with any of my customers since I got into this business. Yeah, why'd you change clothes? Why'd you change
ここ
clothes?
は前の店と同じ系列の店なんですよ。新しく店舗出すときにそれなりの経験者が必要だからって店長と一緒に移ってきたの。
Okay. This club is owned by the same people as my last one. My manager and I transferred when they opened it because they needed experienced staff.
なるほど。
I see. That's why you're the most senior of the girls here.
最初の頃はそれでお給料も上げてもらってたし、店長にもずっとひいきしてもらってるから、なんか居心地がいいんですよね。
Yep, when I started here, they gave me a raise, and the manager had always been fond of me, so it was a pretty good fit.
そうか。
You must be pretty attached to this place.
そうそう。なんかやめられないんですよね。
Yeah, that's why I can't bring myself to quit. Wait, why is she quitting? TMI, TMI.
あ、せや。
はい。
Will she tell us her measurements? Like,
な。
Shion did? Shion was just like, yeah, here's my measurements. I'm like, what? So what are your measurements?
と、
Let me think.
94、58、87ですね。G カップですよ。
Wow, she was the most outright. She was just like, yeah, sure, here you go. I'm like, oh, okay, well. Let me think. 94, 58, 87 from top to bottom, and I'm a G cup. I don't know what any of that means. Saijima. Oh boy.
他のお客さんだったらチーって聞くとすぐ目が釘付けになっちゃうくらいなのに、冴島さんはウブですね。
Oh, I'm sorry. Here you go. Did I do what you wanted? Now I have to do math. When other customers hear G-cup, their eyes go straight to my breast, but you're more innocent than that, Saijima-san. I see.
外寒くありませんでした？
Were you cold outside? He's
い
fine.
いよ。
I'm fine. It's colder up in the mountains. Here in Tsukimino, my normal clothes are enough.
やっぱり冴島さんはタフですね。
Wow, you're quite the tough guy, Saijima-san.
私寒いのダメなんですよ。
I can't handle the cold myself. Same, girl. No? Shouldn't you be used to it if you were from around here?
私引きこもりだから外に出ないんですよ。いつも家でゴロゴロしてるんです。
Oh my god, this literally is me. What are you, a cat? Yeah, I am. Shut up, Saijima. It's only cold outside because I was there, baby. Guess you'll need to cuddle up to someone? Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. What are you, a cat? You're still young. Stop whining and go outside.
私猫飼ってますよ。
Oh, I have a cat.
いつも家でゴロゴロしてるんです。
He's always lounging around the house. I like cats. This reminds me of, if any of you played Detroit and you play as, Connor. And when, Hank's dog comes up, you can just be like, he's just like, I like dogs. Connor says that, I'm just like, oh my god, sweet summer child. I like cats, I want to get one for myself.
冴島さんも猫好き
Oh, you like
なんです
cats
か？
too, Saijima-san?
意外ですね。
せや
I
な。
would have never guessed. What I really like are tigers, but since you can't have those as a pet, I gotta go with a cat instead.
トラって。でも体大きいからあったかそう。
A tiger, huh? Well, given how big they are, I bet they'd be super warm.
ね、冴島さんも冬眠しましょうよ。で、春になったら働きましょう。
Hey, maybe you could hibernate like me, then you can come out to work in spring. Yeah, that sounds great, actually. That'd be nice. We Japanese work too much as it is. We deserve to be able to take the winter off.
そうそう。夏は暑くて日焼けするし、春と秋だけでいいですよね。
Right, and since you get sunburned in the summer, we can just work in the spring and
おい
fall.
おい。
Maybe that's a bit too much time off. Will she come? Will she go on a date with us now? Maybe it might be too early, but we can ask. We want to go to karaoke. Want to go on a date after
こ
this?
の後ですか？
After my shift, you mean?
もちろんいいですよ。
Of course I do. I'd never say no to you, Saijima-san. Hey.
冴島さんは結婚願望ありますか？
You want to get married? Hmm.
おいおい。
Do I look like that kind of guy to you?
見える。
I guess. Alright. I see. I suppose if I had a wife, my life wouldn't have ended up this way.
今からでも遅くないじゃないですか。お嫁さん見つけたらどうですか？
It's still not too late. Why not start looking for a bride now? I'll think about it.
私ね、結婚願望は別にないっていうか、子育てとかもしたいわけじゃないんですけど、
It's not like I want to get married or even raise children, but
最近養ってもらうのはありだなって気づいたんですよ。
recently I thought it would be good to have someone to take care of me. Huh?
だって自分で働かなくていいんですよ。それって最高に素敵な生活じゃないですか。
Well, then I wouldn't need to work for a living. That'd be a pretty nice way to live, no? I mean, that sure sounds like you, actually. That sure sounds like you. Well, marriage has its pros and cons. I suppose your way of thinking ain't that bad.
そうそう。好きとかいう気持ちだけで一生やっていけるほど結婚は甘くないんですよ。
Yeah, see, marriage isn't as simple as loving someone. It needs more than that to last.
やっぱり結婚するならお金持ちですよね。
If I did get married, I'd get married to a rich guy. Marry a rich woman. Yeah, but a rich guy's gotta choose you too.
そろそろお時間となりますが。かしこまりました。
We can leave since we're gonna do the date. So assuming we don't fuck up the date, we'll still fill up the bar. Unless we fuck up the date, then I guess we'll
じゃあまた後でね。
whisper sweet nothings into Saijima's ear. Oh, we got the rank up anyway? Okay. In marriage, that work is... Wait, in marriage, the work is changing diapers and the pay is changing them again in an hour or two. Saijima-san. I guess it also depends on, I guess, if you have or even want to have kids or not. Finally made it, huh? Sorry to keep you waiting. Yeah, wanna get going? Wait, where are we going? Wait, okay, hold on. Where do we want to go? Because she said she liked... Where was that place? Is it here? I think Sumair is the place with the rice bowls, because she said she liked the rice bowls with the uni. But I guess technically we could also take her to the lamb barbecue, because she seemed to like that. But we need to go to karaoke. Hand holding. Illegal. I feel like he walks slow. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like even Haruko would walk faster holding Kiryu's hand. Alright, we'll go straight down. That's karaoke. Haruko's got that youthful energy and doesn't wear heels. True. Heels aren't too bad to run in. But it is snowing. Wouldn't want to bust your ass. That'd be funny though. Wouldn't it be- wait, what if like you were running from the hostess and she just slipped and fell? No. I'd feel bad. Karaoke with Saijima-san. This is going to be great. Booba. What should I sing? I've been listening to Rouge of Love a lot lately. Maybe I should go with that.
Luge of love! Everybody say luge of love! 赤く染めるでルージオブラブ Go! Go! Oi! 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 Come on,
Come on, baby. The way he says it.
ちゃんおいそいやそいやそいやそいやそいやそいやプリティフェイス俺もかいおいちゃんおい海のような存在怯えてるわ唇を
Sasha, what are you doing?
Oh, luge of love! Oh, luge of love! Can't take my heart. とても自由 Oh, luge of love! Oh, luge of love! Can't take my heart. 心にもね Luge of love! Everybody say luge of love! La 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 luge of love!
A good bit of air fisting there, Saijima. That felt awesome. You sure know how to light a lady's fire, Saijima-san. Now I want to hear you sing, Saijima-san. There has to be a compilation of karaoke playthroughs of all the songs out there. Oh yeah, I'm sure there is. Akiyama's Bakamitai makes me laugh the most though, because when you get to that part where he's looking at the picture, he's literally looking at a picture of himself. And I know he's like looking at a picture of like reminiscing of when he was homeless, but it's still hilarious that he's literally just looking at a picture of himself. This never gets old, right? I love karaoke so good. We just need to convince them to add disco somehow. Bring back disco! Can they just like take us to a club? Like, we can do other kinds of dancing in a club, that's fine. I could listen to you sing forever, and I love watching your Adam's apple, it's so sexy. Okay, Kaguya. Okay. Saija was like, what? Whatever. Nailed it. That was a weird turn on.
すご
I
い
mean, whatever floats her boat. What's a sexy? I've been in jail for 25 years or something. Bouncing Adam's apple. You're amazing, Saejima-san. I really have to hand it to you. Saejima, maybe you can show me how to walk later?
お腹すいた
Or no, it's right there. Let's see if she wants lamb barbecue. If she doesn't want that, then I'm assuming she wants the place with the uni. Okay, she does. Though I casually walk by it. Herp-derp. Do you guys like gummy worms?
いただきます
You eat a lot, don't you? Looks are deceiving, but I'm a big eater. You are going to be shocked when we get the bill. Uh-oh. I don't mind. I like watching someone enjoy their food. It's fun to have a healthy appetite and even fight over whatever's left on the plate. Oh, I'm certainly not that greedy. I like to order just one additional dish for myself. That ensures that I get plenty to eat. If someone's gonna order extra, I'd rather share as much of my dish as I can. Well, I find it a bit crass to ask someone else to share what they ordered. They do. And so I offer to share what I've ordered first, and then the other person will share their food with me in return. Smart. Smart move. Rather than coming off as begging, you come off as pretty generous instead. Exactly. Then the other person feels like they're giving me back something in exchange for what I gave them. It works well almost every time. I highly recommend trying it sometime. What happens if it doesn't go well? It happens sometimes. Some clueless people will just say thanks and then not offer anything on their own. If that happens, I have to ask for some of theirs, and that ruins the whole point of the exercise. Maybe if you started by asking that in the first place, you wouldn't have to share at all. Thanks for the food. As a Canadian, we will undivide the last piece repeatedly until nuclear fission occurs in order to avoid taking the last piece. Yeah, I guess I'm rude then. I'm just like, yoink, last piece, let's fucking go. Subdivide. Oh, I see. I would just take it.
惜しかった
That was delicious. Thank you for treating me. Where else can we take her? Hmm. Why does bowling have to be all the way up there? Because I kind of want to know if she'll go bowling with you. Well, I have to run, but good luck on your dates. Thanks, Big Grand. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a good night or day. Next one. Didn't say Toto. I'm Canadian and I took the last 3 cupcakes this morning. Mercy is for the weak. I mean, usually what I do is I'll ask if somebody wants the last piece, but if no one wants it, then I just take it. Like, absolutely no shame. Or either that or I'll watch how long it's been there, and if it's been there a while, then I'll just take it. Want to go bowling. She wants to go bowling. Let's do 3 frames. She did say she was tired, so. I would also just eat the last piece. I'm fat and we love cake. I think depending on like what the occasion is though, I don't know. I don't know if this is just, I feel like though with Americans, like if like for example, if it's like a 4th of July party or birthday party or something, there's usually like way too much fucking food and then people are like, "Hey, you want to take some food home cuz we got too much fucking food." But maybe it's just everywhere. Oh, no, too late. Wait, why does it look like a 9 ball? Ooh, that's a bad split. 9-10. Or 7-10, not 9. How do you, I forget how you do this. Not like that. Yeah, it's gonna miss. I was worried that if I didn't spin it at all, it was just gonna go in the gutter. Yeah, I needed to like clip the end of it and pray that it hit the side. Did she just throw it in the gutter? Nice. Good shit. Saved. I'm not fat, but I'm always hungry. I just try to get in. Did you laugh at her? Wow, rude. I just try to get in early and take the first 60% and then let everyone else be polite over the last bit. Saijima, what rude. Oh, no, I don't want to do it there. Fun bowling, yeehaw. Mostly save. That's what you get, Saijima. I just realized the ball, that 8-pound ball's name is Speedy Billy. Ayy. I'm waiting for the day when you do this, like, you go bowling with a hostess and they literally just destroy you at bowling. That looks pretty good. Oh, so close, no! I guess not enough power. Not that hard. Like, not that much spin. I needed. Okay, I did need that extra spin. No. I haven't played the bowling in so long. How do I bowl? Oh no, I didn't mean to undo it. No, I undid it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's how you would get the split. You need to clip the one side so it yeets to the other side, but it's not what I know the theory, but doing it, yeah, that's a totally different thing.
それ。あれ。
まあ気にすんなよ。
よかった。
大したもん。
Nice. Oh, is she gonna be a bowling god now?
それ。あれ。
力みすぎやで。
Wow, we barely won. She almost came back there.
すごい。
I'm not amazing at bowling, but sure. Alright, that should be it for her then.
楽しかった。
That was fun. Looks like I need to practice some more. Maybe I can line up some empty bottles at home.
楽しかった。
I had so much fun. Me
じゃ
too.
あ帰りますね。
Okay, I need to get back now. I'll see you at the club. Oh, I thought the game froze. I'm so glad it takes you back here. Hello, welcome to Rosehill. Yeehaw. Yes, we would like to see Kaguya.
会いに来てくれたの。ひょっとして私のこと気に入っちゃいました。
You came to see me? Oh, let me guess. Am I growing on you?
いい匂い。何頼みます？
How much do you give for the white?
え、いいですか？
Oh, hold on real quick. Alright, sorry about that. There was the... May was in the sunroom, and all the doors were closed, but a cat walked by and was like standing right outside the sunroom, and May was just like smacking the sunroom doors, like trying to get to this cat, and I'm like, can you stop? No attacking the cat.
乾杯。お疲れ様。
She was like all puffed up.
冴島さんって今のお仕事どうしてやってみようと思ったんですか？
Saejima-san, why did you decide to get into the line of work you're in now? Uh-oh. I guess because it was my only real option. It wasn't out of any particular desire to do this.
そうなんですか。じゃあ夢はもっと違う仕事だったんですか？
Really, was there another job you used to dream about having?
せやな。
Yeah, I wanted to be a teacher when I was a kid.
へえ、先生か。
Wow, a teacher? Really?
どうい
How about you?
私夢っていうのがないんですよね。だから大学出たはいいけどフリーターで。
I've never really had a dream job. That's why even after graduating from college, I've only had part-time jobs.
そうか。
Finding work is tough nowadays. Your situation ain't that
で
uncommon.
も私そもそも就活してないんですよ。
But I've never even looked for a real job. Really?
この前ね、お客さんで有名な映画監督が来たの。月見野でロケやってたみたいで。
The other day, a famous film director came to the club. Apparently, they were doing a shoot in Tsukimino. Wow.
うちの店に女優志望の子がいるんですけど、そこで監督さんの目に留まって、今度オーディション受けにおいでって言われて。
One of the girls here wants to become an actress, and she caught the director's eye, so he invited her to come by for an audition. That's amazing.
それで今度オーディションのためにわざわざ東京に行ってくるんだって。
And apparently, she's going to go all the way to Tokyo for that audition.
間近でそういう頑張ってる姿見ちゃうと、私もなんかやらなきゃダメかなって。
Seeing people around me taking on challenges makes me feel like I ought to do something.
いいや。
Live your own life. It ain't like everyone's got to do things by a certain time.
私もずっとそう思ってたんですけどね。
I used to think the same thing, but now I guess I was wrong.
最近
The casting couch.
高校生どころか中学生小学生でデビューとかもザラですし、20歳過ぎてたら遅いくらいなんです。
It's not just high schoolers making their debuts in showbiz now. It starts with middle and grade school age kids. After 20, it's too late. Being recruited that young is rough. I bet only a small handful are able to stick it out.
20代後半になってから夢を見つけて挑戦してみようって思っても、
I'm not sure I'd be able to make any of my dreams come true in my late 20s, even if I tried my best at it. Yeah, you can't give up.
超マジ。
Don't give up. There's things only you can do. Being in your late 20s, you can do stuff no brat in their teens could pull off. I had to wait patiently for 25 years. There are flowers that can bloom at 45. It's never too late to dream. Aww.
そっか。今の私にできることを探せばいいのか。
Maybe I should try to find something that I'm capable of doing now. Don't let your dreams be dreams.
やりたいことばっかり考えてましたけど、自分にできることから考えるのもありかも。
I've only thought about what I want to do. I should consider things that I can do.
アドバイスありがとうございます、飯島さん。
Thanks for the advice, Saejima-san. I think you ought to give it some real thought. I don't think we have anything we can give her, though. Sometimes dreams are me. I think we have one more TMI.
あ、せや。
はい。
Yeah, do you want kids as the last one? Do you want kids?
結婚や出産は面倒で嫌ですね。でもいたらいたら賑やかでいいですよね。
Getting married and giving birth sound like a huge pain, but I suppose it'd be fun to have kids around if I did. I mean, there's adoption, I guess, but meh. How about adoption? Then you wouldn't have to get married.
よく知りませんけ 私みたいな独身のフリーターじゃ養子は無理なんじゃないですか？
Yeah, pretty much.
そもそも自分の生活費さえ危ないんですよね。
I don't know, can an unmarried part-timer like myself even adopt a child? I can barely afford to support my own
なる
lifestyle.
ほど
That's true. My sister and I were taken in by our relatives, and having 2 extra kids was mighty big expense for him.
やっぱりお金がないと子供は無理ですよね。
I guess being broke means I can't have kids then. It'd be hard, yeah.
今朝ね、テレビ見たらサソリ座の運勢が1位だったの。
This morning, the TV said that Scorpios would have the best of luck today. Lucky you.
そうか
Lucky you, what'd they say?
あのね、金運が最高だったんですよ。
They
今日は
said...
ちょっと期待してるんです。
They said today would be lucky for money, so I've got high hopes. You want me to buy some
ほら
drinks? Want me to buy some drinks?
いいんですか？
Do you really mean it? I mean, sure, why not?
あ
Sure, I like to work hard and play hard. Might as well have some fun today.
さすが冴島さん、太っ腹ですね。
I knew I could count on you, Saijima-san. You were so generous.
すみません。
そういや
So you believe in astrology, huh? You seem pretty happy-go-lucky, so I didn't expect it.
別に信じてるってわけじゃないんですけど、毎日見てると楽しいじゃないですか。野球やサッカーみたいで。
I don't really believe in it exactly. I just think it's fun to watch it every day, kind of like if it were baseball or soccer.
明日こそはサソリ座頑張れとか、双子座最近ちょっと調子乗りすぎじゃないとか。
It would be like, get out there and go for it, Scorpios, or might want to rein it in a bit there, Geminis. That's fun, and just like baseball, there's 12 teams to follow.
でしょ？冴島さんも自分のチームを応援するといいですよ。
Yeah, see, you should root for your team too, Saijima-san. I wonder if it'd work. Hmm. Girl. Alright, here we go, y'all. What should we talk about? Girls with big breasts. Yeehaw.
そういや
Oh no. You know, I get the feeling that women around here got kind of huge breasts.
え、そうですか？
What? Really? Am I wrong?
何
Am I wrong? Maybe it's just me.
今までそんなこと言われたことないし、気のせいだと思いますけどね。
I've never heard anyone say so before. I think it may be wishful thinking. Maybe I'm imagining things. Maybe I'm imagining things. Or maybe the women here just give off that kind of vibe.
肌が白いとかっていうのはたまに聞きますけどね。実際色白の子が多いと思いますし。
I do hear that we have very white skin sometimes. I guess there is a lot of fair-skinned girls around here. Now that you mention it, you do.
正直私は胸大きい方だから何とも言えないんですよね。
Then again, my chest is on the larger side, so I'm in no position to talk.
なんなら
Saijima, what? How'd they get that big anyway?
なんでって、
How?
まあ自然に。
They just naturally are, I guess. Do they get massaged a lot? Oh no. God, what does she even say?
ひょっとして
Do they get massaged a lot? That's what I heard, that they get bigger when guys massage them.
そうかもしれませんね。
Maybe that's true.
でも私、小学校高学年くらいから大きくなり始めたから、あんまりそういうのは関係ないと思いますけどね。
But I started getting bigger towards the end of elementary school, so I don't think that has much to do with it. You sure were a new early bloomer, huh?
高校の時の友達がね、浮気してたの旦那にバレて、
Uh-oh.
離婚するんですって。
So my friend from high school is getting a divorce because she got caught cheating by her husband. She was the one cheating?
そうなの。旦那が浮気してたんなら一緒に怒ったり慰めたりできますけど、自業自得だからなんて言えばいいのか。
Yeah, if he had cheated, I could have been there to share her anger or cheer her up, but since she's at fault, I don't know what to do.
まったく
Chew her out. You can't trust a backstabber, otherwise what's to stop her from stabbing you in the back someday? I don't know, I don't think she's a bad person. Let's see.
そうか
I see. Well, if you say so, everyone makes mistakes.
冴島さんは懐が深いですね。
You have a very open mind, Seijima-san.
実を言うと、その旦那の方とも仲いいから、これから付き合いづらくなるな。
Actually, I'm friends with her husband too, so our relationship is going to be tough from now on. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
そうなんですよ。
Don't I know it?
旦那も慰めてあげるべき？
Should I try to make the husband feel better? Wouldn't the friend get mad? I don't know. I mean, they're all friends, so whatever. Sure, being stabbed in the back is rough. He's probably a mess right now.
冴島さんも浮気されたことあるの？
Have you been cheated on before, Saejima-san? It ain't exactly a tale of romance, but I've been betrayed by someone I thought was a
や
friend.
っぱり怒った？
I'm guessing you were mad? At myself. I was an idiot for trusting him, but in the end it was all a big
じゃ
misunderstanding.
あ仲直りしたんですか？
So then... Did you patch things up? Yeah, all it took was one good hard punch.
そうなんだ。やっぱり男同士っていいですね。
I see, I envy how men can settle things.
そろそろお時間となりますが。かしこまりました。
冴島さん。今日はとっても楽しかった。
What is... I don't... This is so... Such a weird, like... pose to me. Like, what is this even supposed to be? Here, free booba touch. I think we have one. This is the last one. Okay, next one is the first date.
会いに来てくれたの？いい匂い。はい。こっちお願い。私もいただいてよろしいですか？
Interesting, it didn't even ask.
乾杯。
Interesting. He got a free grope and she got customary booba rub. I know, it's so weird. Hey Nocturne, how are you? So I've looked into things a bit more and I can't find any jobs I'd be good at doing. No jobs, huh? How come? No jobs?
募集の条件が年齢でアウトだったり、経験者じゃないとダメだったりとかで。
I'm either outside the age range they were hiring for or I don't have enough experience. Hmm. Don't give up. You'll never accomplish anything if you give up that easily.
もうちょっとだけ見ようって。
Yeah, I was thinking of looking a little more.
一個だけちょっといいなって思ったのがあって。
There was one thing that looked kind of promising. It was an audition for models. What happened?
条件が18歳から25歳までなんです。私先月26歳になっちゃったから。
They said they needed girls between 18 and 25 and I turned 26 last month. Do it. Lie.
No.
So lie about your age. A single year ain't gonna be that big of a deal.
そんなのダメですよ。わざわざ年齢制
What?
限
I can't do that. They went out of their way to put strict age limits. You don't think you can make it?
だってもしバレて失格になっちゃったらどうするんですか？
Well, I mean, what if I blow it because I get caught in my lie? If you don't have the chops, it won't matter how old you are. First, you should try applying to see if you even got what it takes.
ああ、なるほど。
Oh, that's a good point.
年齢のせいにできませんしね。
Then if I don't get it, it won't be because of my age.
わかりました。じゃあ思い切って応募してみます。
That settles it. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to get out there and try for this audition. You were doing well. You were backing up your Switch and archiving some games. How are you? I'm doing well. I'm doing good. Oh, did you get your Switch working? Young, barely legal girls only. I know, that's what the modeling ad comes off to me. It's kind of creepy. Good, the real battle starts now. Like, I don't understand what would be, like, okay, she's 26, who cares? Like, wait, didn't she say she liked chocolate? We can get Pocky? Oh! We can play the Pocky game! Ah, why didn't I think of that? Hey, you want to play the chocolate stick game? Huh? I don't know why I didn't think of that.
私ね、よく周りからのんびり屋だって言われるんですよ。
You know, lots of people tell me I'm a pretty easygoing person. You do seem pretty laid back most times.
冴島さんはせっかちな方ですか？
Are you the more impatient type, Saejima-san? No, I mean, he seems pretty patient.
いいよ。
No, I'm the kind of guy who can wait things out when I wanna.
さすが。冴島さんって動じないっていうか、周りに左右されない感じがしますものね。
Yeah, you strike me as someone who does his own thing regardless of what other people want.
ああ。
You can't let yourself get caught up in what other folks want. I go at my own pace.
それでね、この前友達から来たメールになかなか返信
Hey,
がせずにいたら
customize.
さっさと返事しろって怒られちゃって。
I do know at least one not safe for work model who has been 21 for about 5 years according to her profile. She has birthday events and all, but conveniently forgets to update the age. What? Wow. How are you, customized? So yeah, the other day a friend of mine sent me an email. When I didn't respond right away, she got all mad, demanding I get back to her.
電話じゃないんだからそんなすぐに返事しなくてもいいじゃないって思うんですけど、私が変なんですかね。
It's not like she called me on the phone, so it isn't like I needed to reply right away, right? Am I weird for thinking that? No. I would assume that it would be more urgent if you called on the phone, but... Nah, it's up to you. Just because you got an email doesn't mean you gotta respond.
ですよね。すぐに返事欲しければちゃんとそう書いてくれないと。書いてあっても無視しますけど。
I agree. If she wanted a prompt reply, she should have said so in the email, but if she had, I probably would have ignored it.
そういや。
How long did you put it off anyway? 3 weeks? Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, that... Yeah, that was too long.
おいおい。
Yeah, that was too long. Going that long without responding, she might have started wondering if you were dead or something.
じゃあどれくらいまでなら大丈夫なんですか？
Then how long can I wait before responding? Maybe 3 days or so?
それくらいならなんとか。
I guess I could probably manage that.
あ、せや。
If you email me, you probably shouldn't expect a response for 3 days. Oh yeah, we learned about the white chocolate being white. 2 more days till good games. Oh, what's coming out? What's coming out? Yeah, what's coming out in 2 days? I feel like I should know, but I don't know. So, do you know why white chocolate's white?
さあ、そもそもホワイトチョコレートってチョコレートなんですか？
Is white chocolate even really chocolate though? It tastes completely different. They are made from the same stuff, but it's white because they don't include the cocoa mass. That's also why it ain't bitter. That and because milk and sugar are mixed in.
そうなんだ。私チョコレート大好きなんですけど、ホワイトチョコはチョコじゃないって思ってました。今度食べ比べてみますね。
Oh, really? I'm a big chocoholic. She's a big chocoholic. But I never considered white chocolate to be chocolate. I'll have to do a little taste test sometime.
この前、友達に突然告白されちゃったの。
The other day, a friend of mine told me they were in love with me just out of nowhere. Well, ain't you popular with the boys?
それが
Well, the friend in question is a woman. I mean, okay, what's wrong with that? Oh, so then this is a lesbian thing?
はい。
Yeah, I had no idea. I was pretty surprised.
ほんなら
Well, what did you tell her?
いやー、それがまだ悩んで
I'm, still mulling that over. What, you told her you'd get back to her?
だって下手なこと言って相手を傷つけちゃったら悪いし、
Come on, I'd hate to say something stupid and hurt her feelings, and besides what?
女の子でも別にいいかなって思い始めてて。
I've gotten to thinking, hey, maybe getting together with a girl would be pretty nice. Why is that? I mean, you don't even feel the same way about women, right?
別にそういうわけじゃないんです。
That's not really the point. I've simply been thinking that having a wife would make my life a lot easier.
炊事、洗濯、お掃除、何でもやってくれそうじゃないですか。
Like, she could cook, clean, do my laundry, all sorts of things like that. It sounds
なるほど
sounds nice. I wish I had a wife too.
でしょ？男の人と結婚したら
Right? Girls
相手
typically
は女の子の方がやらなきゃいけないけど、女の子と一緒ならやらなくて済むんです。
right? Girls typically wind up with the chores like that when they get married to a guy. So if you get together with the girl, you won't have to. Wait, but then what about the other girl? What?
ひょっとして
So you're gonna say yes to her?
でもやっぱり男でも女でも他の人と付き合うこと自体面倒だから一人の方が気が楽だし。
Also, Nocturne, thank you for the hydrate. Also, there's like 6 different character leaks for Sumeru, and Dendro Archon is small like Klee. Oh, that's cute. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Shredder's Revenge has landed on the Switch. Oh, awesome. And thank you for the hydrate, Nocturne. Well, I guess whether it's a guy or a girl, dating someone is a big hassle in general. Staying single would be way less stressful.
せやな
Yeah, sharing a room was nice because I had someone to talk to, but being in solitary was much easier.
独居房？
Huh? Solitary?
いや
Never mind. Just talking to myself. I know.
そろそろお時間となりますがかしこまりました
We don't really need to stay.
冴島さん、今日はとっても楽しかった。
Alright, now we need... Wait. Also, he's kinda... He's a bit plastered. Just giving out free booba touches? I want one. Oh, you have to equip it. With this card, you'll get 30% off cover charge at hostess clubs. It's like a dream come true for hostess fans. Interesting. Alright. Wait for that call. But yeah, basically since when you fill up the rank for C to get to B, you need to do a date, basically. And they call you. But you're kind of just waiting around until they call you. There you go. Why is he like bending down like that? Like he's trying to talk on the phone in secret. Hello, Saejima-san, this is Kaguya. Oh, hey, Kaguya, you need something? Saejima-san, would you like to go out on a date with me? Huh? You have time, don't you? Just cause you're free doesn't mean I am, but heck, alright. Okay, I'll be waiting in front of Variety? Variety? At Tsukasa Street intersection. I'll be waiting for you. Do please hurry. Girls are a top secret contact. Can't get out of the snow. But yeah, I think that pose they do, the one where they place the character's hand on their chest, is just kind of strange. Like, okay. There she is. Hey, Saejima-san. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. It's okay, I wanted to see you. I just wanted to talk with you some more. Let's go wander around here for a bit. Alright, let's go. This can be yours, but only if you spend 1,000,000 yen on me. It's real crowded, ain't it? Guess that makes it easier for me to get around, though. Is it always like this when the snow festival comes around? Oh, yes. It's a local festival, but for some weird reason, people will come from all over to see it. In Tokyo, it's rare to have snow piles at all. Most of the time, it's gone by the next day. At work, I get a ton of customers who have come just to see the festival. I'll bet. But even as far as locals go, most people only come to look. Only a few small actually make anything. These days, a large portion of the sculptures are made by volunteers who come from outside of Hokkaido. Maybe I ought to try making one? Maybe I ought to try. I've shoveled snow in the cold all the time, so it doesn't bother me none. It's too late for that. The festival will run for a week, but that's not enough time. If you want to do it, you have to do it next year. Next year, huh? I don't know how things are gonna look that far ahead. You won't be coming back next year? I can't make any promises either way right now, sorry. No, it's alright. I might not even be working as a hostess anymore come next year. Well, if I do come back next year, I'm gonna make a big-ass snow sculpture. Come and see it then. Alright, I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna make a big-ass snow sculpture. Not a small one, a big-ass one. It really is quite cold outside. Maybe you were feeling it more because you were used to being cooped up inside. You ought to get outside and walk more. No way. I do most of my walking underground anyway. Underground? Oh, right, the underground shopping mall. Yeah, there are a whole bunch of shops there under Tsukimino. We could give Kamurocho a run for its money. I haven't been down there yet. Is it really that big? It is. The underground walkways stretch all the way from Sapporo Station to Tsukimino Station, so there's no need to walk out in the open air. Sounds big. Hello, no reader. How are you? Sounds big. Glad I didn't go there then. If I did, I'm sure I would have gotten lost. It's fine. Tsukimino is all one giant grid, and the underground is basically the same. You won't lose your way as long as you know your location. A grid, huh? Like Kyoto, then. I could probably handle that. It's really handy because so long as you know the address, you can find a place no problem, even if you've never been there before. You're decent? I'm doing good. Doing pretty good. Just working on slowly chipping away at this, the last bit of stuff we need for this platinum. I say the last bit, but it's all kind of long as well, so. But don't you get mixed up because of all the buildings look the same? It's good to have a little variety in your city too. I suppose so, but don't you think Tsukimino intersection is a pretty big landmark? True, they've got those big old signs so it stands out. Well, a little tired and stuff, but could be worse. Ah, yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I just came back, I just got back yesterday from a road trip, so I'm still pretty tired. This park's nice. I like being able to get such a good view in the middle of the big city. You can even see the mountains. Hokkaido has plenty of natural scenery. The university campus especially is great for taking walks. That's so. If I had more time, it would have been nice to take a walk over there. You like Hokkaido, don't you, Saijima-san? Why is that dude, why are these people, they're blocking the scene? That's hilarious. The NPCs are just blocking the scene entirely. You like you like Hokkaido, don't you, Saijima-san? Yeah, I never get tired of looking at nature here. I'm embarrassed to once have been proud of some tiny little man-made neighborhood crammed into the corner of Tokyo. A real man should stand up to nature and then overcome it. I do have to admit that living in a place like this really suits me. Like the story of the ants and the grasshopper. We work in the cool summers and stay holed up in the nice cozy in the cold winters. Yeah, you're definitely the grasshopper in that scenario. Oh, I got an email. Oh, rip. I didn't mean to run the controller into the desk. My beat. There's a magic portal to Hogwarts right in front of you. People keep going there and disappear. When you're having auditory hallucinations of people driving up your driveway, it's a slight issue. What? What's this all of a sudden? He looks angry. Uh-oh. What's wrong? My mother is telling me to come back home. Did something happen? She says she's setting up an arranged marriage for me. She set a date for a meeting and everything. An arranged marriage? You're gonna get married? I am not. Jeez. What is she thinking? Doing all this without even telling me. What are you gonna do? Turn it down? I'm going to call my parents after this and give them a piece of my mind. Your parents are probably just worried that you are drifting in life. Don't tell them off too hard. But don't you think arranging a marriage out of nowhere is going way too far? Well, do what you have to. Wow, thanks, Saijima. So supportive. And yes, I'm saying that from experience. My thing with like when I'm in a car for like hours is like when you're finally stopped, like you're finally at your destination and you still feel like you're in a car, like driving. That's a weird feeling. Thanks for taking me out today. It's nice to get out for a walk once in a while. Sure, to tell you the truth, I was a little nervous walking along the main roads like that. Well, please come see me at the club again sometime. We won't tell you why we were nervous, but we were nervous. The heater at my place seems to be broken. It was too cold, so I'm staying at the club until the guy comes to fix it. Nothing like a few drinks to warm me up when it's cold. You warm up if you exercise. Alright, Saitama, whatever. While expecting someone to come up the driveway, no less. Wait, no, we want to go here. That's like when you're waiting for the mailman to come and like everything sounds like the mailman. So you're like, oh, the mail, is it the mailman? No. Mailman? No. That must be the mailman. No. Or you're waiting for like UPS or something. Beep beep. Thank you. Oh, we got the fancy card. Just for you, Saitama-san. Oh, we have our own bottle now, I just realized. Wait, how did she get some if there's nothing there? The mailman was faster than the people I was expecting. Then again, turns out they canceled at some point, but I was never told that little detail. Oh no. That sucks though when you're waiting for somebody. And you're just like sitting there, like keep checking outside, making sure they're not there. You didn't miss them or something. Well, this has turned into a giant pain. What happened? That arranged marriage thing from before. That. How'd it wind up going? I was told to go with the flow for the sake of the suitor and that it was okay for me to turn him down if I didn't like him. Don't you think that's just a waste of time? I mean, I guess you're just talking to somebody, but also the whole, like... But yeah, I don't know, the whole idea is strange. So guess who spent hours awake that could have been spent sleeping? Oh yeah, no, that's definitely the worst. Especially if you get up early to meet with somebody and then they're not even coming and then they don't tell you and you've just been sitting there fucking... Yeah, I would be pissed. Yeah, it ain't fair to the other person if you go to a marriage meeting you've got no interest in seeing through. Right? I said the same thing, but they still insisted it was fine and that I come anyway. Yeah, because like I've had similar things happen before, like where we're just like, okay, we're gonna leave at this time. And then they don't end up, they're like an hour or two late. It's like, okay, well, if you're gonna be an hour or two late, I could have like slept more instead of just sitting here waiting for no fucking reason. Then why not go and tell your parents what you really want to do? Well, it's not just the arranged marriage that's the problem. I also don't want to go back to my parents' house. Why not? Because I'm afraid I'll get too comfortable there and wind up staying. Bro, I didn't even get any actual sleep today. Aw, I'm sorry. I'm assuming it was because of that, or... Or well, did that happen today? I get that. I ain't exactly the lonesome sort. I feel better having people around than I do being alone.
なんか人生妥協しちゃいそうな気がするの。
But moving back in with my parents feels kind of like giving up on my own life.
同級生の結婚話とかも耳に入
I'm
って
going to hear all about my
あの
classmates
すねかじってるのも悪いから、私も結婚しようかなって
who
な
were
るし。
married, and since mooching off my parents just makes me feel guilty, I might just start thinking about marriage too. So what do you want to do?
オーディション合格すれば実家に帰らないで一人で生きていけるかなって。
If I nail this audition, I can keep living on my own and won't need to go back home to my parents. Audition?
ほら、この前話したモデルのオーディション。
I mentioned it before for the modeling job. Oh yeah, so you're gonna go for it?
もしオーディションに落ちたら、
Yes.
実家に帰って親の言うこと聞いてお見合いも受けてみるつもり。
And if I blow the audition, then I'll go back home, do what my parents tell me, and go through with this arranged marriage meeting.
だからこれが私にとって最初で最後の挑戦。
So this is my first and last chance. That's the spirit. Go into it with that attitude and you're sure to get the gig. You gotta forge your own destiny.
はい、私絶対受かってみせますから。
Yeah, and I'm going to go and land this job. The perfect choice to cool you down if the ladies have you hot and bothered. Wow, game. I wonder, does she like karaage? Yes.
ちょっと聞いてくださいよ。
Hey, I've got something to tell you real quick. Yeah?
うちの店で仲いい子がね、今度からキャバクラで働くって言うんですよ。
One of the girls who I'm good friends with here is going to be working at a cabaret club. Yeah, I'm kind of confused. Like, huh? What? Huh? What are you talking about? Doesn't she already work here?
だからキャバクラの方なんです。
I said at a cabaret club. Oh.
君のじゃあいわゆるセク
That's
ター
right,
のことを
club.
キャバクラって言うんです。
Here in Tsukimino, a cabaret club is what we call the sexy kind. And by the sexy kind, you mean...
その女の子が上脱いでお触り OK な店のことです。
It's like a club where girls take their tops off and you are allowed to touch. But you can touch. Saijima. I had no idea. That's different from Tokyo.
そうそう。だからキャッチの人なんかもお客さんが間違えて入らないように気をつけて案内してるんですよ。
Yeah, that's why the barkers have to watch out to make sure customers know what kind of place they're being taken to. Then this place ain't a cabaret club?
ここはニュークラ。
This is what's called a new club. New club? Don't know that one.
それでその子のことどう思います？
So what do you think about this girl? I mean... I'd be kind of worried.
ですよね。私もやめた方がいいよって言ってるんですけど、
Me too. I told her she'd be better off not doing it, but...
キャバクラくらいならって言って始めて、そのまま気づいたら風俗に行っちゃってたって子もいるんですよ。
Lots of girls say they were going to work for cabaret clubs, but before they know it, they were just working the sex trade. Ooh. I see. If she thinks she can handle it, then I don't see the problem, but if she's just out to make some quick, easy money, that's no good.
冴島さんは女性に優しいですね。賛成されたらどうしようかと思っちゃった。
You're very nice towards women, you know? I was wondering what I'd do if you supported it. It's a line of work, and there's a need for it. If she takes the job, she might be able to save someone. Just make sure she's tough enough.
よし、後で電話してみます。
Okay, I'll give her a call
考
later.
え直してくれればいいんですけど。
I hope she's willing to change her mind. Oh, maybe we should have talked about uni since she likes uni. I hear that in Hokkaido you eat your traditional New Year's meal on New Year's Eve. Is that true? Uh,
そうですよ。内地の方じゃ年が明けてから食べるらしいですね。
せやな。
yeah, on New Year's Eve we traditionally eat soba noodles.
年越しそばも食べますよ。大晦日の日はクリスマス以上に豪勢な食事になるんですから。
We eat that too, but New Year's Eve is an even more extravagant feast than Christmas for us. Wow, I guess since you got the bounty of the sea up here, it's tastier than down in Tokyo.
おせちってきっと地域によって違うんですよね。今まで意識したことなかったけど、北海道のは美味しいと思いますよ。
Doesn't each part of the country have its own unique New Year's food? I hadn't thought about it before, but in Hokkaido it's really delicious.
そういえばね、うちの店にすごい新人が入ってきたんですよ。
That reminds me, we've got this amazing new girl here at the club. Derp, derp, derp. What's so amazing about
ま
her?
ずね、35歳なんです。
Oh, interesting. For starters, she's 35 years old. For starters? Hog new waifu. For starters, what else?
あのね、その子ほんと信じらんないんですよ。
This lady is unbelievable. Oh yeah?
この前、その子がお客さんに年齢聞かれて答えてるのを横で聞いてたんですけど、その子、一体いくつって言ったと思います？
The other day, a customer asked her how old she was, and I happened to overhear it. How old do you think she said she was?
23ですよ、23!
23. 23.
感じで。
I was stunned by how she lowballed her age like that. That's a scam? Scam train.
ひどいでしょ？私その時、って顔してたんですから。
It's so awful of her, right? My jaw practically hit the floor when I heard her say it. I don't understand either of these. You can't blame the customer. They don't know she didn't tell the truth. Of course they were gonna pick her. Why not lie about your own age too? That'll throw a wrench in this lady's plans.
そんなの嫌ですよ。嘘がバレた時、ごまかすのが面倒だし。
I can't do that. If I got caught in my lie, it would be a hassle to try and cover it up. Yeah, if you get caught.
せやな。
Yeah, you'd get caught. Every lie winds up unraveling at some point. There ain't no way you could keep the truth hidden
だ
forever.
から、初めから年ですって言っておけば、ある程度多めに見てもらえて楽なんですよ。
That's why if I say how old I am up front, it makes it easier to get them to overlook other things. I'm not so sure that's a good thing.
そろそろお時間となりますが。かしこまりました。
冴島さん。待ってるからね。
Alright, we're close. Let me in.
いらっしゃいませ。
冴島さん、待ってましたよ。 今日も楽しみましょう。
The uni flower is so cute.
いい匂い。何頼みます？
We get something pricey.
いいですか？
乾杯。
A bite.
モデルのオーディションまであとちょっとしかないんです。もう超緊張する。
There ain't much time left before my modeling audition. Oh, I'm super nervous. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. Being a little nervous will make you do better on the big day.
そんなこと言ったら私ガチガチに緊張しすぎてロボットみたいになっちゃいますよ。
You say that, but I'm going to be so nervous and stiff that I'll wind up acting like a robot.
そういや、
Oh yeah? What happened with the age thing for that audition? Was it a no-go?
それはサバを読むことにしました。とにかく受けてみないことには道は開けませんからね。
I decided to lie about my age. Unless I take a chance at this audition, I'm never going to open any doors for myself. Hmm. How much younger did you make yourself? Go get him, Pog.
3つです。
3 years, so 23. I mean, yeah, you don't really look much.
そうか。
Yeah, I guess you look at. To be honest, I find it hard to tell with women.
外国の人から見たら日本の女性は相当若く見えるらしいですからね。私も10代に見えたりして。
I hear foreigners think Japanese women look much younger than they are. Like, they might think I'm still in my teens. Well, lying about your age is one thing, but you can't lie about your abilities. Here, how are things going on that front?
最近は毎日家に帰ったらオーディションに備えていろいろ練習してるんですよ。
I've been getting ready for the audition every day after I get home from work. I'm practicing a number of different things. What kind of things?
鏡見ながらポージングの練習したり、特技のウォーキングをもっと綺麗にしてみたり、あと流行りのファッションについて調べてみたり。
I practice posing in the mirror, how to walk more elegantly, and I'm also looking into current fashion trends.
今まで家に帰ってもダラダラしてるだけだったから、毎日がすごく充実してるんですよ。
I'm used to lounging around after I get home, but now my days are so full of things to do. Oh no. Now we'll never be Twitch famous. Oh dear. You've got a glow about you. Anyone can see you're attractive right now. Ain't got nothing to do with your age.
本当ですか？嬉しい。
Oh, how lucky. We get to buy followers, primes, and viewers. You really mean it? I'm so happy to hear that. Folks working towards their dreams got a special look to them. You're nothing like the old you.
ちなみに今までの私はどうだったんですか？
Speaking of which, what was the old me like exactly? Yeah, gonna have to keep that a secret.
ちょっとそれどういう意味ですか？
Hey, wait, what's that supposed to mean? Actually, can we leave? What did I leave off at?
こっちお願い。冴島さん、待ってるから。
Because I don't know if I needed a full bar. Oh, I need a little bit more. Darn. But if that's the case, you can literally walk in,
いらっしゃいませ。
like, let her answer like one, let her ask like one question, conversation topic thing, and then leave.
はい。いい匂い。何頼みます？
Gotcha drink is fun.
こっちお願い。
乾杯。
何が出るかな。
What do I get?
あ、そうだ。携帯止まってるんだった。
Oh, that reminds me, my cell phone's dead. Did you drain the battery?
お金払ってなかったから止められちゃったんですよ。
No, they turned it off because I didn't send in my payment. What? Okay. She didn't pay her bill.
そうか。
That ain't good. If you pay them, will they turn it back on right away?
ええ。だい
Yeah, probably within a day or so. That's faster than I thought.
そもそも携帯なんかなくたって生きていけるんですよ。
Besides, I can get by fine without a cell phone. Suppose.
俺もや。
I suppose I'd never use one myself until recently. Or I'd never used one myself.
嘘。一度も？
No, wait, not once? Yep.
冴島さんはそれで困らなかったんですか？
Wasn't that a hassle for you, Saijima-san? I mean, I kinda... Owning one's a bigger hassle. Sometimes I really dislike my phone and I want to eat it. Owning one is a bigger hassle. People will call me for no good reason in the middle of the night or tell me to watch a TV show because it's good. And if I turn it off because it's bothering me, people get ticked off and ask why I even have the damn phone at all.
意外。冴島さんもそういう悩みあるんですね。
I didn't expect you to be this frustrated. It's a real pain in the ass. Alright, I think we can go now.
こっちお願い。
Like, literally just walked in.
冴島さん。待ってるか。
Saijima didn't even smile, he just stood there awkwardly. Alright, now we get to wait. Have to wait for her to call us. I will hydrate. So this is her final quest thingy to get us to S rank, and then we have to go back in one more time because she'll have some sort of conversation dialogue that has to do with this quest. And then should be able to talk to the club door and start the thing where we ask her if she wants to go to Amarocho and work in Akiyama's cabaret club. Kaguya, hello? Saijima-san? Oh hey, Kaguya, what's up? I got that audition today and I'm super nervous. Oh, right. Well, give it all you got. Saejima-san, do you have some time now? Huh? Why do you ask? Can you come see me real quick? I think I'll do better if you could just encourage me in person. What kind of sense does that make? Come on, please. I guess so. Where are you at right now? Do you remember the place where we met up before? I think so. Outside Friday at Tsukimino intersection. That's the place. I'll be there. Please make sure you come. And then in before Saejima just forgets, and that's it. What's going on here? Hey, is that Kaguya? Please, just settle down and do as you're told. Now hurry up and get in the car. Don't tell me what to do. I told you I'm not going. Now, don't be so selfish. There isn't much time left before your appointment. Well, I'm in a hurry myself, so leave me alone. Very well, we'll drag you with us if we have to. Do it. Yes, sir. Hey, get your hands off me. What do you think you're doing? Yeah, what are you doing, actually? Saejima-san. And who might you be? Her friend. Who the hell are you guys? Look at Kaguya's just smiling. Saejima-san, these men are from my father's company. They're here to take me to that arranged marriage meeting. Arranged marriage? You said you were going to your audition. I am. I need to go now, but these people won't leave me alone. Is that so? She said she's not going with you. Surely you don't think marriage meeting is going to go well if you drag her there by force. Yes, we realize that. Then why? Our orders are to bring Rei-san, the young lady here, with us, no matter what. I don't care what happens after that, as long as we get it done. Well, that makes sense. Saejima-san, you're taking their side? It's up to you. What? What do you mean? Are you gonna go along quietly to this arranged meeting? Oh, no, of course not. I finally found something I want to do. I can't give up before I've even had a chance to try. Good answer. In that case, it looks like I gotta get involved. What? I want to see this girl go after her dreams. Saejima-san. I'd tell a man he has to fight his own battles, but not a woman, especially when she's got to deal with men like you. And just what do you intend to do? We're gonna fight. Ugh. If you get in this girl's way, I'll do everything in my power to stop you. That's all. Very well. Then you leave us no choice. If you're going to stand in our way, it's your funeral. Are they Yakuza? Come on, let's make this quick. Ugh, damn, you're strong. I know you got no choice but to follow your boss's orders, but if you have even the slightest bit of sympathy for this girl, let her go. She's betting her life on this. Very well, I shall tell our company president of his daughter's decision. Let's go. Saejima-san. You're still here? What are you waiting for? Get going. Actually, Saejima-san. Huh? I've already missed the audition. What? Then why'd I send those guys packing? I'm sorry, I guess in the end it just wasn't meant to be. What are you talking about? If your audition and marriage meeting were the same day, you should have said so. You never told me about this. Because I had no intention of going to that meeting. Well, I guess you're the daughter of some big-name family, aren't you? Are you surprised? You ditz? Being from a family like that, you don't even have to work. But I don't want that. Ever since I was a child, I've had to do whatever my parents wanted. I've never had time to find out what it was I wanted to do for myself. That's why I struck out on my own. To be free from my parents, I started working as a hostess to get by, and then I finally discovered what I wanted to do. Maybe I should have just listened to my parents and gotten married after all. There's always next time. It's never too late to dream. It ain't over for you yet. You've barely even started. I know, she's like 26, but she acts like her life is over. It's only really over if you give up. So long as you hang in there, you'll make your dreams come true someday. That's what I believe. Saijima-san. Huh? What's that sound? Why do we have chicken? Oh, that's the alarm I set. An alarm? Yeah, I set it to go off an hour before the audition, so I wouldn't forget to go. An hour before? But you just said you missed it. I must have my schedule mixed up. You gotta be kidding me. Oopsie. Rip. What is that, Saijima? Hey, don't be so mad. Just hurry up and get your ass going. Okay. Rip. For shit's sake. Can't imagine what her parents must have gone through. Look at the bear with the heart on its eye. It's cute. Is he pacing? Waiting? Aww. How cute. Saijima-san. Hey, how'd it go? Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I gave it my best shot, I think. You don't know the verdict yet? They said they'd be in touch soon if I pass. I see. Hey, Saijima-san. Would you like to get a drink with me? Right now? But didn't they say they might be in touch soon? I'm just too scared to wait till they hear- Wait, I'm just too scared to wait to hear back all by myself. I'd rather have you there with me. Well, I suppose that's fine. And then you can tell me all about what your dreams are. Fair warning, my dreams are kind of big. It might be a pretty long conversation. Sure, I'll listen for as long as it takes. Look away, kids! Shield your eyes! You really do have some pretty big dreams, Saijima-san. I have to say, I'm rather moved. Looks like they never got back to you. You'll have other chances, I'm sure of it. Chin up and keep going. Well, about that. What? They actually said they wouldn't be giving me their decision until a bit later on. What? You said it'd be real soon. Yeah, but if I told you that, then you wouldn't have stayed here with me. So you tricked me? Come on, don't be like that. I really am grateful to you. Just let me know when you hear back. Will do. You're the best, Saijima-san. Daisuki. Saijima's like the actual fuck. Alright, where did it eat us to? Okay, so we're around the corner. You taught me... Thank you, Kaguya. You taught me the importance of never giving up. I really hope I pass the audition. I finally found what I want to do, so even if I don't pass, I think I'll have the will to carry on and give it another try now. Anyway, I'm really glad I met you, Saijima-san. You're the greatest. I love you. Oh, the booba. The boba. Need to play tyranny and become High Panda Overlord of all. Have you played any Obsidian game? I don't think so. I don't know, actually. No, I haven't played any of their games. Based on looking at the titles of the games, it looks like they primarily make RPGs. Which probably would explain why I haven't played any. Not that I'm like opposed to RPGs necessarily, but I don't know. I feel like most of the RPGs I tend to play are JRPGs. Oh, hello. Hello, Tommy. How was your stream? Thank you for the raid. Hello, Improbable One and Tommy. And Perky Fam. How is everybody? What were you up to? Oh, we're still playing like a dragon. Nice, nice. How far are you? Or maybe you might not know how far you are. I guess a better question is probably where are you at in the game? Trust me, if you give BioWare and Obsidian a try, you will love it. Nanba just turned traitor. Ah, okay. Thanks, Perky Fame. It was nice. Wasted like half an hour on this dumbasses fighting over a soup place. So much arguing, but Nanba is gone, Sag. Nanba, no. That part made me sad.
さあハイジマーさん待ってましたよ。今日も楽しみましょう。
It's not an argument. Tommy was wrong. It's fine. What was the argument? Zero spoilers, all soup. Taijima-san, I've been waiting for you. I'm looking forward to today. Don't worry about it.
何頼みます？
More gacha drink. Because I'm 5.
こっちお願い。
乾杯。
何が出るかな？
If someone said to you, this is a good soup place, what do you think? We got more French cologne.
冴島さん聞いて聞いて。
Taijima-san, I've got something to tell you. What's up?
さっきオーディションの結果について連絡があったんです。
So I heard back about that audition I took the other day. And?
あのね、私ね、
Well, so
受かっちゃいました。
I passed. And we gotta celebrate. Let's get this champagne tower going.
ありがとうございます。これも冴島さんのおかげですよ。
Thank you so much. I owe this all to you, Saijima-san. I see. Guess you're on your way to becoming a rookie model now.
そうなんですよ。お見合いの話も断ったし、これから心機一転、新たな人生を歩み始めちゃいますよ。
That's right. I've turned down the arranged marriage and now it's time for a fresh start to get my new life on track. Yeah, how did the age lie go? Do they not know? I would try the soup place and decide for myself. I mean, that's pretty much what I would probably do, Yuki, to be fair. What would you try at the soup place? You were wrong, though. We need an expert in the field. How am I an expert? A hamburger? Excuse me. I would like to go to... I want to go to the soup place, and I want a hamburger, god damn it. I mean, hey, maybe they have bangin' hamburgers, I don't know.
あ、そういえばすっかり忘れてた。
Oh, you know, I completely forgot about
ま
that.
あ
Go figure.
でも
Yeah, but what if it comes up again and I run into problems over
どう
it?
しよう。
Uh-oh. You might have a tough road ahead. Rip. Nah, I would try soup. Sandwiches, but yes, thank you. I mean, soup and sandwich is good though. Like, fucking grilled cheese, tomato soup, let's fucking go.
冴島さん、どちらからいらしたんですか？
And I quote, there's a really good soup place here, the sandwiches are good. Where did you come from, Saijima-san? Wait, we already had this conversation. Whee!
あ
Too long didn't read. Tommy can't speak English. He said the sandwich part after the fact. Especially if they had egg drop soup. Mm. Yeah, but it wound up finishing in less time than I thought. Yeah, we already did this.
私。
Whee!
はい。
うん
そうですね。
どうい
そうですね。東京で。本当です。
そうか
やっぱりさ。
Alright. Get the hell out of here. Leave. Thank you, Improbable One, for the headband.
あ
こっちお願い。
But now that I think about it, I guess to Tommy's point, though, there are, at least here anyway, I don't know if it's like this other places, but I feel like there are a lot of places like that where it's like, it's a burger place, but they have like, it says it's a burger place, but then there's like all this other shit on the menu too. So it's like, is this actually a burger place? I guess I was just thinking like, if it was like a true burger place, right, then there would be nothing but burgers. But no, then you have like all this other shit, and so it's like... I guess I can see where someone would be like, alright, hear me out. We go to the soup place, but we actually don't get soup, we just get the sandwich. But I would have picked I would pick the restaurant if they had a panda soup. Wouldn't that be like bamboo or something? They have a great Reuben. I don't eat too much soup. Yeah, see, plus I guess they have stuff like that for like for example, like it's like when you go to a Mexican restaurant and they have like the kids menu and it has like chicken nuggets and french fries because there's like always that one person who like doesn't like Mexican food, so they can at least get like chicken nuggets. That happened a lot in my family. My family loves Mexican food, so we would go there a lot, and there was always like one person who was like, I don't want Mexican food, so they would just get like some weird ass shit, and I'm just like, we're at a Mexican. Ah, yes, the good old chicken nuggies for the kids. Yeah, it's like, I don't... Wait, no, I have to go back in there. Where am I going? No, let me in. Right, Akiyama was looking for girls who are ready to work at his club. Not sure if it's her thing, but I ought to ask Kaguya. Mexican food is goated. It really is. I love Mexican food. By the way, why does this girl's eyes make her look like she's on the border of insanity? Hmm. Brr, it's cold outside. What's going on, Saijima-san? Hey, I got something to talk to you about. Oh? What is it? Hmm. I don't know. Maybe her eyebrow shape, but she looks fine to me, so I don't know. When she was leaning on you, she looked like she might snap. I mean, she might have. I know a guy out in Kamurocho. He's looking for hostesses to work at his club. Think you could maybe work for him just for a little bit? It'd be a big favor. Kamurocho, you say? Yeah, well, wanna come to Tokyo with me? Why not? I've been out there before to earn money. There aren't many modeling jobs for me here, so this could be a lucrative opportunity. Looks like it's all settled then. Okay, I've talked Kaguya into it. Guess we should go to Elise once we're back in Kamurocho. Alright, we put Kaguya in her pocket. Now we have to deliver her to Akiyama. I was like, where else would she be? But in his pocket. Alright, we need... Go here. So we're getting there. Have to do... we'll do Akiyama's hostess. Well, we have no choice. We have to do Akiyama's next. That way we can unlock Kiryu's last girl. So Akiyama, you're up. Wait, now that I think about it, so since we've been playing as the other dudes and delivering the hostesses to Akiyama's club, is Akiyama gonna also... Haha, surprise! Is Akiyama gonna deliver the hostess to himself? Like, how does his work then? Do they just automatically teleport there? Hey, Akiyama, I brought you a hostess from...
Emotional damage.
I like how the mic picks up that one. It doesn't pick up any of the other ones but that one. Which is funny because, like, on the mic, like, hostess Akiyama I think he'd make a good hostess. Like, on the decibel scale, it's like the same as the other sounds, but whatever it is about that sound, my mic's like, ah, yes, I love it. I brought you a hostess from up in Sapporo. I'm Kaguya. It's nice to meet you. Ooh-wee. She's got a body that won't quit. Oh my god. Akiyama, just stop talking, bro. Not bad, Saejima-san. Not bad at all. Not bad? That's all you got to say? I can take her back to Sapporo, you know? No, she's fine. Honest, thank you. And you, miss. It's lovely to meet you. Let me know if you need anything. Well, a place to stay here near the club would be greatly appreciated. Well, how do you know Akiyama? Alright, we dropped her off. Now we just switch. Build switcheroo. Super burger. What it, yeah. Actually, you know what? Now I kind of want to do that. If I ever opened a restaurant, I'm gonna make it like have like soup in the name and it sells like cheeseburgers. Or how about we have a burger place that sells donuts? There you go. Hey Kaju, how are you? Ohio. Alright, Akiyama, you're up, bro. I think Akiyama would make a good hostess, let's be real. Wait. I don't know what weapons I need actually. I know I need a tonfa. Oh wait, don't I need Kali sticks too? I already forgot. You were sleepy, you just got home from work, but how is Mafia? It's going good. We just finished Saijima's hostess, so now we're gonna do Akiyama's. And then after Akiyama, I think there's something else you have to do first at Elise, and then you unlock Kiryu's last hostess. And we're also doing all these heat moves that are left are all Akiyama, so he's gotta do that too. But I think this one was a Tonfo one. I can't remember. Weapon. Okay, so this one is Kali sticks. Okay, we put the Kali sticks in the inventory, so that's good. Finishing moves are done. What's after here? This is the meteor strike. Taunt an enemy, then press triangle when you see the red prompt. Okay. That one might be kind of annoying. What are we even missing here? Guardrail crush. Press triangle while you and an enemy are near a guardrail or fence. My favorite place to do this is metal rails surrounding theater. Alright. We can do that. Alright, cool. That's all he's got left. So we have the weapons we need. And none of them mentioned anything about flashing hell. Yeah, we're getting there though. We're almost done. At least with the completion list. We'll have some other stuff. Some like other random miscellaneous stuff. Okay, want the membership card. And the cologne. Where is it? I don't remember it being this far down. Did I not take it off of him? The pepper spray makes me laugh because we went on a date with Shino. There it is. We went on a date with Shino, Shinon. Fucking what's the name? Shinada's hostess, and we walked by the pawn shop and she wanted to go in there. So we went in the pawn shop and she wanted us to buy her. She wanted us to buy her pepper spray. I was like, well, girl, what? Who's yelling at me? Oh, there you are. Oh, I didn't bring any Torners, though. Oh, his thing is charged, though. I don't- is the Kali stick one just a generic one? How? Okay, so that was the one we were missing for that. No. The way he hits them. Oh wait, actually I need to use heat moves. Because I have to charge the climax gauge. No. Bonk. Alright. Oh, it gave me a Torner, nice. Alright, the heat move one should be able to do over here. The only problem might be I don't see an enemy near here. And this dude probably isn't gonna follow me that far, but we can try. Okay, cool. Wait, did that count? No. Alright, which direction do we need to do it then? Some of these are like very specific in the way that it wants you to do them. Like they have the enemy has to be facing the right way, you have to be facing the right way, and I'm just like, are you for real? It just says press triangle when you and an enemy are near a guardrail or fence. That's all it says. Very specific. Or maybe I don't grab him. There we go. Okay, that must have been the problem, is that I accidentally grabbed him. These hostesses don't seem very nice. Yeah, I'm doing a few things before I go do Akiyama's hostess. We just finished, Saijima's hostess. How are you, Spindash? Mm. Alright, that was it. So yeah, we just have this final one. What is taunt? We have to taunt an enemy, and then we have to press triangle when we see the red prompt. Alright. You're doing alright at the moment? You're working on thumbnails? Oh, like for YouTube videos? Wait. Oh, I see. I came up. There we go. What? Where did he go? Oh. Ow. Mr. Climax. The trophy we got. Hello, Zero. Enjoy your lurk. Hey. I wonder, what do you even get for that? Alright, cool. We did it. Alright, so wait, hold on. So this is done, this is done, this is done, this is done. All of this is done. So we just have the food, drink, mini games, and hostesses, which after we finish the hostesses, I can probably I don't think there's anything left that I have to do during the day, because some of the stuff I'm missing needs to be done at night. Like the food and drink that's left needs to be done at night because like one of the bars, one of the cafes turns into a bar at night, so it has a different menu. But I haven't switched the time of day because if I switch it, I can't switch it back. So I wanted to make absolute sure that I didn't need daytime for anything. When did I put flan on my head? It was when I put the egg on my head. But I don't remember when I put the egg. I think it's been like maybe 2 weeks. Or yeah, something like that. Wait, where am I going? I need to go in here. Alright, we're gonna go in here real quick so we can put these on, and now we can leave. Surely that can't smell good. It's eczema. But yeah, he's cute. I love him, I adore him. I probably will end up making one of my own now that we can do live 2D objects. That way I can... The problem now with the live 2D objects is that I can't make them wear anything. Alright, we need to go to Meb, so... So for example, like, he can't wear his little construction hat. because any items, because he's considered an item himself, so I can't attach stuff to items. I have to wear it. So like basically if I were to put a construction hat on his head, it wouldn't do anything. It would just sit there and not move. Actually, hold on. Before I talk to you. But I love it. I love the new Live 2D items they added to VTube Studio. Because you can make a whole bunch of fun things now. Like a lot of people have made like drinks and stuff. Especially now that you can actually make like the liquid inside the drink container or whatever move. Yeah. Welcome. What are you in the mood for today, sir? I saw someone with a wine glass object. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think they added one that, like, so the liquid actually can swish around. Alright, well, I saw that some people had made them. I don't know if it's added into VTube Studio. Because some of them are just, like, free ones that they included in. And then some of them are also free, but they're just made by, like, independent people, so then you have to actually go download them and add them yourself. Alright, basically what we're doing is in this game for some reason you actually have to go to the information booth to go to the cabaret club. It's just like okay. Business slow today? No, this is pretty typical. With New Year's Eve right around the corner, normal bars are more likely to be packed. Have you ever been to Prime? Yes, let me think. Oh, right. There's a girl there named Honoka-chan who's pretty good. Honoka-chan. Honoka-chan, huh? Yes, sir. Like most of the girls in town, she's a real energetic go-getter and she talks an awful lot, so you'll never be bored. Heh. Sounds like my kind of girl. She is known to exaggerate at times, but don't worry about every little detail she says. You're fine so long as you can say something interesting. That sounds complicated, but okay. Her blood type is AB, she's a Virgo, and she's 21 years old. Just feed her some pork skewers and it'll all be a-okay. What? Alright. Why is that? Oh, you'll know when you see her. Got it. Huh? Alright, here we are. Hope you have a good time. Okay, let's check this place out. Hello, welcome to Prime. Our establishment has an 8,400 yen minimum, blah blah blah. We're visiting.
失礼します。
Hello there. That's quite a dress.
はじめまして、ほのかです。
Nice to meet you. My name's Honoka.
はい、これうちの名刺。
Here, this is my business card.
お名前なんて言わはるんですか？
And what's your name?
秋山俊だ。
秋山さんですね。よろしくお願いします。
Yoroshiku.
なん頼む？
I love how the first info they give you to tell you about her is fucking blood type. Yeah, I don't know if it still is a thing, but yeah, Japan, that used to be like something like they were really big on was like blood types and stuff, which I don't I don't actually know the significance for that or why that is specifically, why they felt that was important information. But yeah, it's actually really common in like visual novels and stuff. That's actually like one of the things they'll list out a lot, and I'm like, what? Why? Okay. Yeah, it's definitely not something here. Like most people here don't even know their blood type, so it's like, okay. Gotcha drink, gotcha drink.
すんません。
Bro, I can't date this chick. She's a B negative. Like, that's useful info, but it doesn't tell me whether I'm compatible with somebody. Yeah, exactly.
何出るかな。
An Italian women's watch.
すごい。
Amazing, that's super rare. Can you get me one too? Really? Then I guess I shouldn't give it away.
秋山さん、声してるってよう言われるやろ。
I don't understand the pork skewer comment. He said I would understand when I saw her. And I couldn't tell if he was like insinuating that she was like chubby or something. I don't know, cause I don't understand what he means by that. Anyone ever tell you you've got a nice voice, Akiyama-san?
さあね。
Sometimes, though, honestly, I'm not too sure of that myself. When I hear my own voice in a recording, I just think about how weird it sounds.
ああ、わかる。うちも自分の声初めて聞いたとき、めっちゃがっかりした覚えあるもん。
I hear that. I remember being real upset when I first heard my own voice.
うちな。
I assume that's just her favorite food. Yeah, it was just weird that he was like, he told me that just feed her pork skewers, and then he said, Akiyama said, okay, why's that? And he just said back, oh, you know when you'll see her. Like it had something to do with her appearance, so I'm like, what? What do you mean I'll know when I see her that she wants to eat pork skewers? I want to be a newscaster, you know? A newscaster. Wow, you've chosen a pretty tough career path.
ほんで、スクール通ってレッスン受けてんねんけど、訛りがなかなか取れへんで困ってんねん。
I'm going to school and taking lessons, but my accent's giving me a lot of trouble. What's wrong with an accent? Other regional dialects can be problematic, but most people can handle Kansai Ben.
もうあかんって。ニュース原稿方言で読むアナウンサーなんておらんて。
No way, there ain't no newscasters who read broadcast news in a regional dialect.
芸人さんがやってるバラエティ番組ですら司会してるときは方言使わんようにしてんねんで。
He's the carnivore through and through. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I mean, yeah, what about Kansai ones?
それじゃあ
What about TV stations in Kansai? I'm sure there must be plenty of big networks here in Osaka where having an accent wouldn't be an issue.
それはそうやけど、うちはキー局志望やねん。
Yeah, but I want to work for a national network.
あ
So you want to get a broadcasting job in Tokyo?
せやから、どうしても訛りを直したいねん。
Yeah, that's why I want to fix my accent. See.
なるほど。
I see, but from what I've heard from you, you're not trying to hide the accent much. Your Kansai Ben is pretty thick. You have to make a point to use the standard Japanese accent daily.
そうですね。
You're right.
文章を読むときとかなら、なんとかうまくいくんですけど、うち考えるよりも先に口が動く人間やから、普段はどうしても関西弁で喋ってまうねん。
If I'm reading text, it's fine, but I talk faster than I think, so most of the time it's Kansai Ben that winds up coming out of my mouth.
そうか。
You're at least aware of the issue. Now you need to work on it. You need to try to think with a standard dialect while you were speaking.
うちめっちゃ頑張る。
Okay, I'm gonna do my best. She just has a candy necklace made of ham. Going to be a long road ahead of you. Alright, time for TMI. Yay.
そういやさ、
はい、なんなん？
Agiyama, what? This is the what are your measurements has been funny to ask all the hostesses because like I think Kiryu's hostess was basically like what? And then Shinada's hostess was like what? And then they were like, oh well, these are my measurements. And then Saijima's hostess was basically like, oh yeah, here's my measurements, like immediately. Like she didn't even bat an eye. She just she told him her measurements and then her bra size, and I was just like, what? Okay.
それじゃあ
What are your measurements?
ああ、ちょうどこの前測ったばっかやねんけど、いくつやったかな。
You know, I actually got measured just a little while ago. Let me try and remember.
確か78、56、82くらいやで。
I think they were 78, 56, 82. You're skinny. Oh, is that why he said the pork skewer thing? Like she needs to eat more? Is that what the dude was getting at? Yeah, that's kind of how the second girl acted. It was, how dare you ask me so personal, but since you asked, here you go, yeah. I don't think the first girl responded at all, but maybe she did? I don't think she did. You're in great shape. Aren't those numbers pretty ideal?
え、ほんまに？痩せすぎとちゃう？
For real? I ain't too skinny?
いや
No, I think you're just right.
そうなんや。うちなかなか肉がつかへん体質やから、ちょっと安心した。
Yeah, it's hard for me to put meat on my bones, so that's a relief to hear. Okay, that must be what the dude was getting at. I'm jealous. Lately, I get all self-conscious about my belly after eating and drinking.
秋山さん、大阪にはお仕事できはった？
Did you come to Osaka for work, Akiyama-san? Well, if she thinks she's too skinny, then I guess not. Yeah, I'm not sure. The bus, like the bus size, like off the top of my head, is the only one I like familiar with, but like they would be smaller. I'm not sure what the waist would be. I'd have to convert it to inches because I'm assuming they were all centimeters. Yeah, I was thinking about opening an office here, so I've been hitting up Sotenbori a lot.
へえ、そうなんや。そうしたらめっちゃお金持ってそうやね。
Oh, really now? I bet you were super rich. Who knows?
さあね
Who knows? I've never stopped to think about just how much I have.
何それ、めっちゃリッチ発言。うちも一度くらい言うてみたいわ。
Say what now? That's something a rich person would say. I hope I'll get to say that sort of thing someday.
そうだい
What do you usually do, Honoka?
うちは普通に学校行ってますけど、3年生です。
Me? I'm going to school right now. I'm in my 3rd year. High school? Dang. Wow, Akiyama rude. College? You're nothing like the typical girl who goes to college in Tokyo. You are much more of a go-getter, whereas they are more reserved.
大阪の女は明るく元気なんが売りやで。東京みたいな可愛いだけの子らとはちゃうんやから。
We Osaka girls are renowned for our cheerful dispositions. All the girls in Tokyo got going for them is their looks. You can say that again.
うちな、大学のミスコンで入賞したこともあんねんで。
I won a prize in a beauty contest at my college. I'll have you know. Wow, that's amazing.
せやろ？うち店の中でも外でもナンバーワンなんやで。
Ain't it just? I'm the number 1 girl in this club and wait, I'm the number 1 girl in this club and outside of it.
なるほど
You give off that impression. It's like an aura.
え、ほんまに？
For real? Yeah, girls who can make number one all have something different about them than the rest.
嘘やったんやけど。
I was just pulling your leg, actually. Wait, seriously?
入賞
I mean, I've won a prize, but not in any big name competition, and my rank here at the club is pretty average. Why did you lie about that?
ノリ？面白ければ何
Going
言っ
with
て
the
もいいか
flow?
な
I thought it'd be funny. You see? Akiyama bamboozled.
ほのかちゃん
What sort of things do you like, Honoka-chan? I'm kind of curious.
え、何が？
What do you mean? Food?
それじゃあ
What foods do you like?
肉がええな。
I'm a fan of meat.
Huh?
Well, meat can mean a number of different things, like beef or pork.
肉やったら何でもええわ。鳥も馬も。
As long as it's meat, I'm good. Even chicken or horse.
そうか
Horse? That's unusual. But that's good to know. I can invite you out to eat basically anywhere.
あ、でも魚はあかんわ。
Oh, but fish is a no-go.
何
Can't handle it? Why not?
うちあんまり箸の扱い得意やないから食べるときめっちゃ汚くなってまうねん。
I'm not so great with chopsticks, so it makes a real big mess when I try to eat it.
なるほど
Yeah, there aren't very many people who can eat fish neatly with chopsticks, I don't think.
せやから男の人の前では食べんようにしてんの。がっかりされたないから。
That's why I don't eat it in front of a guy. I don't want to disappoint him. Aw.
え
You were giving this a lot of thought.
秋山さんって何型なん？
It was last prize, but at least it was something. Lying is okay as long as it doesn't derail the conversation. Like, sus. Horse? Oh no, she eats pigs. What's your blood type, Akiyama-san? See? Like, what's with the blood type thing?
なんだい
My blood type? I'd rather not say.
なん
Huh?
で？
How come? Because you seem like the kind of girl that'll go into some blood type compatibility spiel if I do. Oh, okay, so it is a compatibility thing.
うちと相性悪かったら困るんや。
Aha, are you afraid we're not compatible? Basically.
あ
Basically, I keep my blood type a secret in order to avoid any weird preconceptions in a relationship.
ふーん。秋山さんはそういう人なんやね。血液型なんとなくわかったかも。
So that's the kind of guy you are. I think I've got your blood type all figured out
それじゃ
then.
あ
And what's your blood type?
うち AB 型。
I'm AB. And what personality does that indicate?
よう言われてんのは天才肌とか二重人格とかそんなん。
They say we come across as real prodigies and that we are prone to split personalities. Split personalities? Okay, whatever.
あと引っ込み思案で自分の気持ちを表現するのが苦手やったり。
Also, we're
素直になりきって
introverts?
冷たい態度をとってしまったりとか、知らんけど。
Also, we are introverts, have trouble expressing our feelings or handling criticism, and can be really cold, but I don't know nothing about that.
なんだって
You're nothing like that at all. Are you trying to tell me you're an introvert?
やっぱりちゃうんかな。だんだんそんな気もしてきた。
I guess I'm really not, huh? Wait, I can't even read. I've kind of been thinking that as much. That's the problem with personality assessment. It's all in your head.
気のせいやないって。
No, it ain't. In my experience, people fit their types dead on, and the same goes for me.
うちもきっとそうなんやって。
Maybe get your blood retested? Alright.
そうか
Alright, I'll have to look further into my compatibility with AB type girls.
あ、ずるい。うちまだ秋山さん
Ooh,
の
you
血液
sneak.
型聞い
I
て
still
へん
don't
で
know what your blood type you are, Akiyama-san. Even if you did, how would you know I was even telling the truth? You don't need to know.
ほな、うちもさっきの嘘にする。
Well, then I wasn't telling the truth either. Oh, really now? Wow.
そろそろお時間となりますがご延長で
What the fuck just happened? Oh, it's basically his time at the club ended, so it asked if he wanted an extension or if he was ready for his check to leave, basically. There are a lot of strong-willed girls here in Osaka, aren't there?
嘘やそんなん
What? That ain't true. Sure it
そ
is.
んなんドラマと
Nah,
か
you were talking about girls from
話
soap
の
operas and manga books.
合ってない
I don't like
イメージ
hearing you
考えてほしいわ
stereotype us as being headstrong. Sorry?
すまないね。
Oh, not that part. Of course I lied. I would never tell a stranger my blood type. Who do you think I am? Oh, that, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like how she just swapped on us completely and we're just like, okay. Whatever you say, lady. Sorry, did I offend
ええ
you?
って大阪の女は心が広いからちょっとやそっとじゃ怒らへんで
It's okay, we Osakan girls are big-hearted after all, so I can't be all that mad.
だいたい秋山さんが言うとんのは大阪のおばちゃんのことやないの
I bet the girls you were talking about are all older ladies, huh? Yeah, the older women here sure seem tough.
女の子はおばちゃんとちゃうんやから一緒にせんといてや
Well, the girls and older women ain't the same thing, so don't lump them together.
そうか。
That's true, my mistake.
わかればええねん
I'm glad you finally understand.
大阪のおばちゃんはめっちゃおっかないからうちみたいな小娘やったら太刀打ちできへんねんで
Older ladies here in Osaka can be pretty darn scary. A younger gal like me could never hold her own against one of them. Scary in what sense?
なんか派手なヒョウ柄着て
Uh-oh.
めっちゃ大声で
He's
喋る
basically talking about
やっぱり負け
Etsuko.
ず嫌いやから自分の間違いは絶対認めへんし
They wear this garish leopard print and talk real loud. They can't stand being shown up and they never want to admit they're wrong. Like you? Damn, Akima. That is scary. Even I have to muster up the courage to strike up a conversation with them.
それに比べたらこないおしとやかで可愛い子相手にできて幸せやろ
Wow, aren't you happier getting to talk to a cute and ladylike girl instead?
で
Should you be saying that about yourself? Oh. Damn, shots
う
fired.
ちさっきから思ってんねんけどな秋山さん相当キャバで遊んでるやろ
So, I've been thinking this for a while now, but you must go to cabaret clubs pretty often, don't you, Akiyama-san?
ああ。
I guess. I like to go out drinking, and it's not nearly as fun to go drinking by myself.
意外に寂しがりなんやね
Bruh, let her be body positive. I never pegged you for a lonely guy. Well, I'm a man who's fond of company. I spent a big part of my life alone, so I suppose it's only natural that I'd want to be around people.
ふーん
Hmm?
うちが頑張ってあげる
Oh, hello. Hello. Hello, Haya Raid. I've been here, but Raid. Hello, Frozen Scarecrow. And Chef. And Spencer, and Chaos, and Haya. And Error. Thank you. Wait, is that supposed to be would that be bloop? Or would it be blood? Or just blue? Thank you for the follow. We are here to be rowdy? Hell yeah. Hiya, how was your stream? Any, you're fine. So then, Chef. Is it Chef Tato? And hello, Error. Yes, it is. Okay, nice. It was good. Summer solstice karaoke. Ah, karaoke. Nice, nice. Wow. Do you leave your karaoke VODs up? Yeah, the emotes are really cute. I love karaoke streams. I get sad when I miss them. Sad. You do, you're living life dangerously. Hell yeah. That's awesome though. I'll have to go back and watch late. But how is everybody? Jeff, thank you. Thank you for the follow. And thank you for the raid, Haya. Watching Panda hitting on girls while listening to Haya singing was quite surreal.
秋山さんめっちゃ離れしてるっていうか全然緊張してへんやん。
But
どう
yeah,
したらそない自然に喋れるん？
we're getting close to the end of, or nearing the end of this platinum trophy run. Ayo, hold up. Is this Panda teaching us how to pick up girls? Yeah, one of the last things I have to do is I have to I'm basically going to cabaret clubs as each of the playable characters, and I have to basically get their hostess up from, I have to get their heart meter rank to S, and you start at F. Hey TK, how are you? So I'm working on the 4th character now. And then the 1st character actually has 2 hostesses, so I get to, but you can't do the final hostess until you do everyone else's hostesses. Is it wrong to pick up girls as a Panda Volume 1? Just like real dating. Yep, this is totally real and realistic in every way. Taking notes. Honoka, well, you just seemed real used to this sort of thing. You were not nervous at all, you know? How come you were able to talk so naturally? But yeah, we just started, this is Akiyama's host, Honoka. And we just started her. Oh, what do you mean? You seem to be a natural yourself, Honoka-chan.
それがあかんねん。
I'm no good at that sort of
アイデ
thing.
アと全然喋れへんの。もう目も合わせられへんくらい。
When I'm with someone I like, I clam right up. I can barely even make eye contact with them. I mean, that's sweet. Hope that's not patronizing. Taking notes because this is about to be important. Hey Primera, how are you? That's so sweet and innocent. It's nothing like the way you usually act.
しゃあないやん。
I can't
ほん
help
まめっ
it.
ちゃ緊張して手とか変な汗かいてまうんやから。
She Angie. I can't help it. I get super nervous and I wind up sweating from my palms and stuff.
目そらしてたら怒ってんのかと思われるし、テンパって変なこと口走ってまうし、いつもそれで失敗してまうねん。
When I avert my eyes, they think I'm mad and I blow the whole thing up by saying something strange. I always mess things up. How about now? You're going to bed? Okay, good night. Okay, hold on. Hope your pools were blessed. Oh, did you do Genshin pools? Did you get what you wanted? Okay. Hmm. You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. There's no need to rush. Just let go of your anxiety slowly, bit by bit.
そのゆっくりってのが無理やねん。好きな人と二人っきりで喋れるチャンスなんてそうそうないやん。
But it's the slowly part I can't do. Being together with someone I like and talking alone with that person don't happen too
そ
often.
したら今なんか言っとかなあかん思って焦ってあれこれ余計なこと言ってしまうんやもん。
So I figure I have to say something at those moments and wind up saying too much. I mean, why not practice?
あ、そうだ。
Why not practice? Pretend I'm the guy that you're into and see how you do.
そんなん急に言われても。
You're kind of putting me on the spot though. Come on, let's do this. Ready and go.
そんな顔でじっと見られたら笑ってしまうに決まってるやん。
Oh, your face. One look at your face right now and I can't even help but laugh. That's an odd reaction. What? Alright, we're leaving.
Emotional, damn it!
Why was that one so loud? God, I'm so annoyed with Blur. But thank you, Chef, for the 5 bits. I thought we fixed that, but apparently no. So basically, Blurp has this thing where you can have certain sounds like on the panel, and then those are like ones you get for bits. You're not gonna lie, that was but the problem is that it ignores your volume settings. So no matter what you set the volume to, the ones played through that thing just don't even... They're just way too goddamn loud. I don't know why, it's annoying. So it has a mind of its own, pretty much. Hello, Ryu. Hello, hello. How was your stream? How did it go?
はーい、こっちお願い。
Were you doing more runs? You kinda did it? Wait, what do you mean you kinda did it? But I hope you had a good stream.
秋山さん、よかったらまた遊びに来て
You
よ。
got world record by like almost 2 minutes, but I fucked up the last sewer skip. So do you mean that you were ahead by 2 minutes and then you messed up the sewer skip so you didn't get world record, or you still got world record by 2 minutes even with sewer skip messed up?
ほんまに？
You still got it, but I'm sad about the PB regardless. I assume the second option. Well, I mean, you got world record. World record's world record. But yeah, I understand about not being happy with the run overall. Alright, wait, no, we have to go back in. Where am I going? We have a watch now. We can give her the watch. You still can't avoid encounters.
いらっしゃいませ。
I don't know a whole lot about the run, but I'm assuming it would be like really hard to get no encounters, right? Hey, Star Soldier, thank you for the hydrate and the head pats. You still can't avoid encounters. You got one in Tsukimino and one in Kinecho, which is supposed to be nice. Oh, I see. Thank you, Ryu, for the head pats. Also nice, Chaos Observer. Rats. Head patting is my coping mechanism. Here. I still haven't made the thing because I'm the worst, but here, we can head pat the chat. Isn't it like here somewhere? There. All of chat gets the head pats. What a good chat. I'll need to make a hotkey for it, I keep forgetting. The pet. I didn't know there was Global 7 TV emotes, that makes sense, I guess. You'd like to see Honoka-chan? Honoka-san. Oh, he called her San. I'm used to calling her Honoka-chan. She's Chan. Re-
秋山さん、いらっしゃい。指名してくれてめっちゃ嬉しい。
いらっしゃい。
匂いね。
San-chan. Smell nice, Akiyama. He's wearing that cologne. I want gacha drink because I'm 12. Oh, I finally did get the discount card, actually, when I was playing at Saijima. Talking to Kaguya-chan.
乾杯。
お疲れさ。何出るかな。
Not that we need it. It's like a 30% discount, but I still just wanted to get the card just to get the card. Don't say that, you're making me sad. Luna! Hello!
何？
You look sleepy. Were you up all last night? What a late morning today. Oh, did you sleep in? Ohayo. Oh, sorry about that. I wasn't up all night, but I didn't sleep all that much. Manga cafe. Wait. Are we weebin? We weebin? I was gonna kill time at a manga cafe while I waited for the morning train, but I fell asleep and had to go right to class, then here to work.
はいはい。
You're pushing yourself hard. You need to rest or you'll wreck your health.
仕事休むわけにいかんやろ。罰金取られるし。これくらいのことキャバ嬢やったら普通やで。
Yeah, I woke up at 7 plus and it was raining. Natural snooze button. Manga cafe, yeah, best date ever. We mobbin we mobbin time. Mobbin time. I opt to work from home today because the weather was too nice to not sleep. Also, Kaju Emuna. Well, I can't take time off from work or I'll get hit with a penalty, but that's typical for a hostess. The girls will laugh at me if I whine about it. I want to commend that gung-ho attitude, but not being able to vent is a big warning sign. You shouldn't push yourself too hard. I know why you are working so hard at school, but why are you pushing your hostess work so hard too? Are you that strapped for cash? Yeah, you can never have too much money when you're aiming to be a newscaster. I gotta pay for newscaster's school tuition, and I gotta buy all of my own clothes and makeup too. Looks are important for ladies in broadcasting.
そうだよね。
Op 2, that's nice. I see new emotes. We have some. We have a few, I guess. I'm also strapped for cash. Time to be a hostess too. Where do I sign up? As the old saying goes. When were you aiming to be a panda caster? I feel like I would be a bad newscaster. I would need like one hell of a teleprompter. Very true. I guess female newscaster can't live the life of a poor starving student.
そうそうここまで貯めたらええっちゅう目標金額があるわけやないからちゃっと貯めてちゃっとやめる
All you need is lots of prep work. Yeah, and since I don't have a target amount I'm saving up for, I can't just work a quick stint and quit. Why don't you set a goal? Do you want to quit? You don't need to quit. Goal.
それじゃあ
Why don't you set a goal? That way you can switch to a work shift that isn't so hard.
そうなん
I don't know about that. If I set my goal to make 500,000 yen a month, I'd wind up working every day anyway. Okay, I understand that, but wouldn't it be good to have at least some kind of end game in mind?
うちの場合逆にだらけそうで嫌やわそれよか毎日精一杯やれるだけやる方が性に合ってる気する
For me, that might wind up making me lazy. It's better for me to work as much as possible every day. I see. In that case, just try not to push yourself so hard that you ruin your health. Alright, TMI time. Yeehaw.
そういやさ
What is a tornado's favorite game to play? Twister? I was wondering why the frisbee was getting bigger than it hit me. You know, I've been wondering something. Oh, what is it? What are these questions? We already did the measurements one. What do you wear to bed? What? I don't understand the where can't a man touch you. That sounds very yikes, Akiyama. Alright, you know what? Let's hear it. What is this question even, Akiyama? No, Akiyama, no, right? What? Where do you hate to be touched?
うち首の周りがめっちゃ嫌やねん
I hate being touched around my neck. Like, right at the nape?
そうそう
Yeah,
敏感
I'm super sensitive there.
満員電車乗ってる時とか
I get all wigged out if I'm on a packed train and some old dude's breathing down my neck. I mean, I would also be wigged out because of that. That's kind of sketch.
なるほど
Yeah, that does sound pretty unpleasant.
ほんまやったら今も首の周りストールかなんか
It's
で
gotten to the point where I want to get a scarf just to cover my neck.
うーん
Your neck is lovely, so that's a shame. Akiyama, what?
ああやっぱ食べたいな
We'll fly down there and fight. She's a titan. My girlfriend made this emote and more like it. Oh, it's cute. It's very cute. Just do a neck removal surgery? Yeah, there you go. Problem solved. Man, I'm starving. You are hungry? Want me to order you something? Not exactly. I'm just craving fatty foods. Fatty foods?
お腹が脂っこいもの
Like, I'm hungry for something fatty. I'm all about that fat.
油やねん
なるほど
So that's what you meant.
うーん
What specifically do you want to eat?
串カツが食べたい
Kushikatsu. Kushikatsu sounds great. You sure do. Dang, now I want some too.
お秋山さんも好きな
You like those too?
鶏からとかも好きあれも何個でもいけるわ
You like those too, Akiyama-san? I like chicken karaage too. I could gorge myself on some of that right now. Why does he keep bringing up the fat part? She's fine. What if she wants to eat like 30 pounds of karage, okay? That's her prerogative. You like it that much?
うんひょっとしたら毎
Yep,
日
I want to eat it every day.
はいはい。
Oh no. She's pregante? See, it's the hand-holding kids. Don't hold hands. Then you get pergonat. Fatty foods make you fat times 69. No way, and you're still not tired of it?
飽きたら適当に味変えるから平気やね。ケチャップやったりマヨネーズやったりレモンかけたり塩だけやったり。
I just switch up the flavors. Maybe add ketchup or mayonnaise or just a tiny bit of lemon or salt. Just hearing this gives me heartburn. Akiyama, you baby. Oh, I was supposed to give her the watch. I guess I'll give it to her next time. Because it would be a waste of the heart meter now. Because it's so almost close to being full. Oh wait, she said she liked karage, right?
なん頼む？はーい。なあなあ、秋山さんってお笑い好き？
Fatty foods making you fat is sugar industry propaganda mostly. And Dash, there are good fat foods you can eat, like avocados. Avocados are good. Exactly. Say, Akiyama-san, do you like stand-up comedy? I have no idea what he likes. Sure, he does. I do. I catch a lot of it while watching late night TV.
やっぱり。
Yup, buddy. I knew it. You knew it?
秋山さんって話もおもろいし、間の取り方も上手やん。せやからきっとお笑いが好きなんちゃうかなって思ってて。
Well, you were fun to talk to, and you were a snappy conversationalist, so I figured you had to be a fan of stand-up comedy. That's some unusual reasoning right there.
え、そう？
Is it?
お笑い好きな人って話上手で人の話聞くのも上手やない？
Ain't comedy fans the kind of people who are good at talking and listening to folks?
話し下手な人はオチもなくダラダラ喋るし、変なとこでちゃちゃ入れてくるしで最悪や思うわ。
Folks who aren't good at talking just ramble on without a point and interrupt the conversation whenever. They're the worst. Fair enough. Pandacados. That could be cute. Avocado with panda ears? Fair enough. I guess good conversationalists structure their thoughts for timing and delivery the way comedians do when telling jokes.
そうそう、わかって
Yeah, but I feel like if you're a good conversationalist, like, you might do that, but I don't feel like you do it consciously. I feel like you just do it unconsciously, just from habit. See, you do get me. How about you? I bet you like stand-up, right? Do you go to see live performances?
そらもう DVD とかも買うてるもん。
Of course, and I buy DVDs and stuff too. Wow, you're really into it. Why are you such a big fan?
なんでって
Why?
おもろいから
Because it's
決まってる
funny.
やん。
Duh. That's it? What?
他に何が必要な？
What other reason do I need? Is there something wrong with watching something because it's funny? No, that's not wrong at all.
なんかね、笑ってると幸せな気せえへん？お笑い見てると幸せになんねん。芸人さんはほんますごい思うわ。
Besides, doesn't laughing make you feel good? Watching stand-up makes me happy. I think comedians are really amazing.
俺もだよ。
I feel the same with you. Talking to you always brings a smile to my face.
ほんまに？嬉しいわ。
Hondoni? You mean it? That's so sweet of you to say. When you get down to it, comedians and hostesses are both trying to make people smile.
せやんな。芸人の人とかきっと水商売したらすぐに人気出ると思うわ。
Yeah, I bet a comedian who worked the nightlife business would be an instant hit.
そうか。
Scouting a girl like that's not a bad idea. No, we're leaving.
わかりました。
Can't ruin our
秋山さん、
full affection meter.
今日もありがとう。
Are we pinky promising? Hell yeah. I don't know what we're pinky promising for, but... Alright, well, that was interesting. Why does the save point feel so far away? When did I save it last anyway? Who knows? Or no, I saved it right before I went in, I think? I'm not so much of a pinky promise guy, more of a boob grope guy. Can we do that instead? That is so it's still so strange that that's even a pose that they do, where the hostess takes their hand and puts it on her chest, and I'm just like, ma'am? What? Pinky promise? Oh my god, that's like second base. It's almost full hand holding. Ah. Alright, kids, don't pinky promise. Pinky promises turn into full-blown hand-holding. That's sus. I'm usually free on Mondays. Pretty good chance we could have a nice long chat if you came that day. How about I let you know when things get quiet here? It'll be real good to see you again. I'd rather you not contact me. How degenerate. I'll never wash this pinky again. How are you, Spencer?
いらっしゃいませ。
会いに来てくれたん？ひょっとしてうちに惚れてもうたんとちゃう？
Did you come to see me? I gotta wonder if you might be falling for me. Yep, that's it. That pinky has seen things.
なん頼む？
What are we gonna nomu? Wow, she really likes the gacha drink thing. She gets a lot of affection just from the gacha drink.
何出るかな？
Is it brown? Nah.
すごい。
Uh-oh. Why are we sighing? What happened? What happened, girl?
何？
What's the matter? Sleepy again?
ちゃうねん。
Nah, it's just school stuff. My teacher got all super critical on me. Oh, what did he say? What happened?
なんだって？
何遍注意してもイントネーションが治らへん。このままやったら東京のアナウンサーになるんは絶対無理やって。
No matter how hard I try, I can't fix my accent. At this rate, I'm never going to be able to become a newscaster in Tokyo.
あ、そうだ。
Let me hear you. I'll be able to point out anything I hear that sounds off. What?
無茶言わんといてや。こないなとこでできるはずないやん。
What? You can't put me on the spot like that. There ain't no way I can just up and do it. I promise to be honest. I promise to be honest. You came to me looking for help with this, right?
わかった。ありがとう、秋山さん。ほな、聞いててな。
Okay, thanks, Akiyama-san. Alright, listen up.
昨夜、大阪蒼天堀の飲食店で東京から来たという男が酒に酔って女性従業員に無理やりキスをした疑いで逮捕されました。
Last night, a man from Tokyo was arrested at a club in Sotenbori, Osaka for attempting forcibly kiss a female employee while drunk.
男は警察の取り調べに対し酒に酔っていたため覚えていないと供述しており容疑を否認している模様です
In response to police investigation, the suspect claims to have no memory of the incident due to intoxication and refutes all charges.
どうですか
How was that? There was a hint of accent. There was a hint of an accent. Someone from Tokyo would hear it right away.
やっぱりそうなんや
I figured as much. But just a hint. I'm sure with a little more effort you'll be able to speak just fine.
ほんまにめっちゃ嬉しいわ秋山さん協力してくれてありがとう
You mean it? That's super. Thanks for helping me out with this, Akiyama-san. I'm happy to help where I can. My teacher got super mad at me for eating pork skewers during the lesson. Yeah, I heard the thing's already full again. We didn't even give her the gift. Whatever, give it to her anyway. Have a bag.
どうしてこれめっちゃ好きなんや
Ooh, I really like this, but I bet you knew that already, didn't you, Akiyama-san?
秋山さんって女の子見る目厳しそうめっちゃレベル高い女としか付き合わへん気する
Akiyama-san, I bet you got a good eye for the ladies. You strike me as a guy who only dates women of real high caliber. Or of a real high caliber. Maybe? Maybe. I definitely couldn't date just anyone. If I'm going to date a person, I suppose I need to consider their merits first. And not just women either. You stand a lot to gain by being with people you respect in one way or another. Those are the kind of people I choose.
はあちゃんと考えてはるんやなほなうちにもメリットあるん
Wow, you really thought this through, haven't you? So, do I have any merits? I mean, of course. Of course.
何何どこがええん
Oh yeah, like what? You were cute, considerate, and fun to talk to. Plus, I have a great time drinking with you.
そんなんお客さん楽しませるんが仕事なんやから当たり前やないの
Well, yeah, of course. Showing my customers a good time is my job. But a lot of girls can't pull it off like you. All successful hostesses have a special something. I don't ask for girls I don't find interesting. Oh, you're making me blush.
に褒められるとめっちゃ照れるわ
Laying all those compliments on me.
うちは相性重視やねんお笑いに立
Plus, you don't smell like a horse.
そこが合わへんかったら絶対うまくいかへん
Compatibility is a big thing for me. Like, in stand-up comedy, you need a funny man and a straight man. Otherwise, it ain't gonna go well. Yeah. Which one are you?
うちはツッコミせやからボケの人とは相性ええねん
I'm the straight man, which means I want to pair up with a funny man. Honestly, Akiyama was the straight man. I don't see him as a funny man. But sure, let's see what this goes. I'd say I'm a funny guy. At least that's what people are always whispering behind my back.
嘘やん絶対ツッコミやって
No, you ain't. You're totally a straight man. Now make your joke. Now make your joke. I totally gave you a setup.
ほら秋山さんやっぱりツッコミやん
You just said the whole thing. You're a total straight man, Akiyama-san. Totally got myself backwards there.
まだまだや
That's cute. You've got a long way to go. Alright, leave. Get out of here. Run. I have to be going. You're leaving already?
こっちでお
Yeah.
願い秋山さん今日はめっちゃ楽しかった
Her nails are cute. How I wish dating in real life was that easy, right? Just give them a bag and fill up the heart meter, and there you go. Profit. I think I need... I don't don't know if they sell them here. I might have to walk all the way to the pharmacy. I don't know if they sell the binky thingies and the... Now I need a save point because I have too many healing items. Why can't all of my communications be deduced to simple three-way choices? Y'all don't get button prompts talking to dates? I feel left out. Where are my button prompts? Did they do millions of minigames in like a Dragon 2? Oh yeah, there's lots of minigames. All of Yakuza, every Yakuza game has lots of minigames. Oh, okay, I'll be in touch when the club ain't so busy. I might end up emailing you every day if I'm bored. Just ignore him if you're busy, okay? But if you really ignore me, I'll be sad, of course. Oh, she replied to my... Wait, we've been replying to the same one a lot. Interesting. And if I screw up, can I just talk to them like 10-ish more times and then I'll get to try again? All I get is... Is A, tell something weird, or B, get hit by a large meteor? Maybe you didn't plug in your controller. Well, at least with the meteor, they'll feel bad for you. I mean, that's definitely one way to look at it. They will be sad if you get hit by a meteor. Oh, you can't buy them here. Wait, I can buy them at this one, but I can't buy them at the other one? Alright. Wait, maybe we should just buy more. Yeah, this one also sells the app sims too. I'm making do you say Dolly? Dolly generate paintings of Majima kissing Kiryu is pretty hot. I kind of want to see. Share with the class. I can actually see that. What? These two dudes just spawned out of nowhere. What? Do a Dolly orgy of all the Yakuza main characters. Did you come to see me? You gotta wonder if you might be falling for me, cause I'm so cute. Ooh, ooh. Or wait, I guess technically... Wait, why is this shoju free? Does she get mad if you order it? Okay, so you just don't get anything. It's very bad at sexual content. Mecha kawaii. mega kawaii. Or so I hear. So I've got my first corporate hiring test coming up.
Huh?
Wow, there are companies already starting up employment exams? Those keep getting earlier. This first one ain't for a place out in Tokyo though, it's for a station here in Osaka.
そうか
So this is kind of a backup for you. I guess it'll be good for helping you get used to the interview process. If only it were that easy. What do you mean? I'm still no good with my Tokyo accent, so I can't fail this one since I might have a better chance of getting a job here in Osaka. I would hope it is. I was gonna say, I feel like that's by design, right? Stay calm. If you go into it with the attitude that it's okay if you fail, you won't be as nervous and you'll be able to show your true potential. Don't I wish I could? I doubt my interviewers are going to be as understanding as you are, Akiyama-san.
Yeah.
But jeez. Everyone's nervous. Just do what you can to prepare beforehand. Yeah, I guess you're right, but there's another thing I've been fretting about lately. Oh, what's that? I'm thinking maybe I should forget the whole Tokyo accent thing and focus all my time getting hired here in Osaka. Thank you, Ryu, for the head pat. You're gonna go to bed? It's late? Okay. Thank you again for the raid, and I hope you have a good night and sleep well. Oyasumi. It's more that the training data doesn't contain any of that, rather than explicitly not wanting it to exist. Although I think there's an AI trained on female genitalia elsewhere. Of course. Of course. It's the internet, so it must exist, right? I mean, are you backing down? I ain't even. No, maybe you're right. I think you might have hit the nail right on the head, and so I lashed out. Sorry for snapping at you. Why the lack of confidence? Why the lack of confidence? If you don't go into this process thinking that you were going to pass, you were never going to. You were right. I wasn't thinking straight. Thanks for giving me a kick in the pants. Thanks for giving me a kick in the pants, Akiyama-san. I'm gonna get a job at a national network for sure. Now there's the Honoka-chan I know. Honoka-chan. Here, you want this? No, not that. The watch. Almost gave her the hangover medicine. That would have been hilarious. Ooh, I really like this, but I bet you knew that already, didn't you, Akiyama-san? They intentionally limit that AI's power. I get bored of stuff real easy, you know? I can see that. You were kind of impatient. Ooh, yawn. Same goes with romance. I can be really smitten with someone, but if I find something I don't like, it kills the vibe right quick. I mean, okay. What's wrong with that? That sudden feeling get can be what you are really after. Maybe if you tried to tough it out, you'd feel even worse when you found the next thing you didn't like, and when you finally run out of patience, you split up.
秋山さんはドライやな。
You were pretty calculating, Akiyama-san.
けどうちも同じ考え。我慢なんてしてもええことないもん。さっさと他にええ人見つけた方がええよね。
But I agree, forcing yourself to deal with that sort of thing isn't for me. It's better to find yourself someone new pronto.
じゃあ
At least if you were easily smitten, you'll find someone new soon. It's like falling in love all year long.
そうなんよ。さっきもええ人見つけてな。友達にメールで報告したばっかりやね。
Yeah, just a little while ago, I shot my friend an email saying I'd found someone real good.
はいはい
Hey now, should you be telling a customer this?
あ、もちろん秋山さんが初めて来てくれた時も同じやったんやで。
Well, I mean, I did the same thing the first time you came in, too. Thank you. Thank you. I had no idea you felt that way about me.
うち内心ではめっちゃドキドキしとったんやから。
ドキドキ。
めっちゃええ男来たわーって。
Deep down, I was all sorts of excited when you first came to the club. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna destroy the VTuber real quick. I don't know. For some reason tonight, my phone isn't charging faster than it's draining because I just got a warning that the phone only had 20% battery left. Oh, wheel.
あのさ
And what do you think about me now?
え
Huh?
ー、ないし
Oh,
ょ。
that's a secret. Tell me.
頼むよ
秘密なものは
Secret's a secret. I can't help but wonder. I can't help but wonder, in the event that you don't like me, I'd rather know sooner than later.
そうやったとしてもお客さんに言う。
Even if I didn't, I wouldn't tell one of my customers, and being too suspicious would definitely make me like you less. Oh, have you guys fed fruit? You shot your panda an email saying you found panda. What? Did you see? Akiyama's face he looks so concerned. His face looks so worried to be being fed. My big brother's coming home for New Year's. I haven't seen him in forever, so I'm really looking forward to it. You must be very close. Maybe I'm a bit too close? When he moved away from home, I was in tears trying to hold him back so he wouldn't go. I'm kind of jealous. Jealous. I wish you would fawn over me like that, Honoka-chan. Jealous. Maybe I ought to burst into tears and try to hold you back from leaving too, Akiyama-san? Wait, this is weird now. Yes, please?
頼むよ
Yes, please. I'd love to see you cry. Akiyama, you weirdo. What? That's disappointing. Though, actually, now I'm kind of scared about seeing my brother. Scared? Why? Because it's been so long? Well, he's actually bringing his girlfriend home with him. Oh. You better not talk about the time she got stuck in the dryer. That's what 2 closes. What's wrong with that?
そうか
What's wrong with that? Isn't it great he found someone?
全然用ないしライバル出現やで もうずっとどうしたらいいか悩んでんねん。
Everything's wrong with it. She's my rival now. I've been freaking out about what to do.
なあ秋山さん、どうにかしてお兄ちゃん彼女と別れさせることできへんかな。
Hey, Akiyama, do you think there's some way I can get my brother and his girlfriend to break up? Maybe you should let this whole thing go.
そろそろお時間となりますが。
What the f-
わかりました。
秋山さん、今日はめっちゃ
Plot of the oh no step bro thing that took over the hub for a bit. He's actually bringing his panda home with him. I mean, the only thing I can see is like, yeah, I guess it could be that kind of weird, like the ending of Oremo weird, but I guess too, since she's technically the little sister, I could see feeling like your relationship is threatened, like you don't get to be as close with your brother anymore because there's someone else that he's more interested in, but even then, neuron activated Oremo. But yeah, it's still kind of very much in the pause champ territory, where it could go very, I feel like it could go sideways pretty easily. I don't know, not to mention, I feel like that's a very childish outlook to have. To just be like, my brother might not be like my best friend anymore if he has a girlfriend, so he's not allowed. Like, what? What? Honoka. Hey there, Akiyama-san. It's Honoka. Oh, Honoka-chan, what is it? Do you have some time right now? Want to go on a date with me? Whoa, would you look at that? I'm free now. An invitation from you takes top priority. Well, don't skip out on your work now. I'll wait for you at Iwao Bridge. I think this is the first time I've gotten... They basically told me where they were waiting for me and I actually knew where it was. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see how this goes, because I'm sure that's what we're about to talk about is her brother again. Like, now, I could see definitely if it was something like... But she hasn't met him, she hasn't met his girlfriend yet, so she wouldn't know, but like, yeah, it would definitely be something weird if like, your brother's girlfriend was like, keeping you from like, seeing him and stuff, because it's like, well, you're still siblings, so it would be weird. I don't know. Like, it's not really odd for siblings to spend time together. Panda got the insight. Hey, Akiyama-san. Sorry to keep you waiting. I've really been waiting. I've really been wanting to see you. I wanted to chat with you for some more. Mind if we go wander around for a bit? Not at all. Let's get going. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is she's just projecting her fear. Or that's what I'm hoping anyway. She's just projecting her fear that that the girlfriend will be getting between their relationship as siblings, since they seem pretty close, but... Akiyama, I've been visiting Osaka for work for some time now, but I'm still not used to the city. Really now? Yeah, I'll crash at my office overnight, and when I stumble outside half asleep in the morning, the signage wakes me right up. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Around my house, there's nothing but other houses. It's super boring. I stay overnight at my office in Tokyo often, so I've never really had an opportunity to live in a quiet residential neighborhood. That ain't good. No matter how busy you are, if you don't try and get back home, you're just gonna wind up becoming a workaholic. You're absolutely right. I know it's not a good habit, but I haven't really developed an attachment to a home. Why not? I figure a guy like you should be able to drop the cash to buy a house or two. Actually, I was homeless at one point in my life. Whoa, for real? Yeah, so I know that you don't need a home to live. There are more important things in life. Well, that's some deep stuff. Maybe my own perspective on life would change if I gave living like that a shot. Without a doubt. I wouldn't recommend it for a girl, though. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it for anybody to be homeless. But I don't think people who end up homeless by choice, so recommending it was kind of odd way of putting it. Akiyama? Now she needs you to hide a body. Her brother is single now after a tragic accident. Uh-oh. Nasaka. We must be the only two here who came to Sotenbori on a date. I don't think so. I've seen plenty of couples since we showed up. But ain't they just tourists? Or maybe clients out with hostess? Wait, or maybe clients out with a hostess? This ain't a place folks usually come to on a date. Oh, really? As a tourist spot, it's the heart of Osaka, but other than being a place to eat till you drop, ain't much else going on here. There are more fashionable places for shopping, and if you're gonna go to an arcade or karaoke, there are other places for that too. As long as I'm with you, uwu. I don't care as long as I'm with you. What? Where'd that come from all of a sudden? I have fun just by being with you. I don't care where we go, even if it's not some popular date spot. I'd actually prefer going to some little hole in the wall with you, just the two of us. Hey, knock it off. You're making me blush. I always see you in noisy places like this, so I'm curious what you were like when you were in a different environment. Oh, I'm the same no matter where I go. If you keep saying weird stuff, I might start getting mad at you. What? Okay. Stop being weird. Weird noise. Sorry. Getting some water. The view is really terrific here. I can see why the people of Osaka love this river. Huh? Don't you think it's remarkable? Civilization and nature existing side by side like this? The river has seen a whole city grow around it. What are you talking about? This is a man-made canal. It ain't a natural river. No way. That's what the Bori in Sotenbori means. Some guy built it 100 years ago. Oh, okay. But anyhow, I heard they cultivate pearls here in order to keep the water clean. Apparently the shellfish purify the water. Maybe you could dive in and fetch me a pearl. Wow, they really planned out every detail in making this river, didn't they? Honestly, I think in this game, it's the river looks the cleanest. Today was super fun, Akiyama-san. I'm much obliged to you. Same to you. I had a great time. I never would have expected you to invite me out on a date. Did I inconvenience you? Not in the least. I blew off work and came running to see you. Cough? Oh no, why are we coughing? Whoa, hey, are you okay? Cough. It's your fault, Akiyama-san, for saying weird things. Make sure you get your work done. Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna head home now. See ya. Uh-oh. Is she getting sick? I wonder how true Yakuza walk, or wait, how true Yakuza walk while looking at girls and don't run into people was. It's a sixth sense. Oh no, she's got the Rona. Run. Spam? Oh, I've been getting a lot of spam from online dating sites lately. Some days there's over 100. It's crazy. I wanted to email you sooner, but it took so long to delete all that junk. Sorry about that. Who the hell's behind this crap? Actually, it was me. I mean, IDK, maybe if you change your email, I guess. Stop signing up for all those weird sites. Alright. We're at B now. So we have at least we have to go we'll have to go back at least 3 more times because next one will be A and then we'll do S, but then you have to go back in after S to get the prompt for taking them back to Elise. Been getting spam from online panda sites. Pandas are the true spammers. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and end there for tonight. But we made really good progress because we are at 97.21. Oh, 97.21. Oh, we're getting there. I mean, we probably can now, but I'll just wait till we're done with the hostesses, and then we'll switch it tonight to do... Because I think... Oh, we have to do Wataminchi. I keep forgetting about that. But yeah. So we're pretty much... In the mini games, we can't really... We can do air hockey, which I was gonna leave for Kiryu when he got his last hostess. I figured they could go on a date playing some air hockey. But, yeah. Once we do all that stuff, the mini games will have to be finished in Premium Adventure. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for hanging out, Yuki. Alright, who is on? Have a good evening. Thanks for the stream. Aw. Thank you, not the big boss. I hope you have a good evening as well. And thank you for watching. Thank you as well, Foxhound. Wait, is this thing... Did this thing refresh? No. Yes? Maybe? Night, Foxhound. Night, Yuki. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna open their stream. Thank you for stream. Ooh, end of stream. Trying. I just came back from lunch. Aw. I don't know why. I haven't had a problem streaming tonight, but I can't watch Twitch myself, which is hilarious to me. Like, I'm trying to load someone's stream so I can make sure they're not, like, gonna end so I can raid and, like, it's just dying, yo. What did you have for lunch, Luna? You just got off a call with a client? Oh no. Well, don't worry, we're still gonna watch Yakuza. Bunny girl Nikki on my, is playing Kiwami. She's playing Yakuza Kiwami for the first time. It's pre-pog. But yeah, so tomorrow, or today, I guess now, Wednesday, so no stream. But I'll be back Thursday. I'm hoping Thursday we can, I don't know, that might be a little ambitious maybe. I don't know, because I don't know what you have to do after, I don't know what you have to do at Elise, but I'm hoping we can at least finish the hostesses Thursday. We can finish the hostesses Thursday, then we have, let's see. Because there's some other, like, weird miscellaneous stuff we have to do. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go around and do this. The Dragon Spirit, Tiger Puppetry, and Launch Strike stuff. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to do we're gonna have to grind the taxi, I forgot that. Because we have to buy the otaku decal. But I think that'll be fine, because I like the taxi. And then air hockey we'll get when I play air hockey with the hostess. I'm all for taxi racing. Oh yeah, and I have the money for this. I just keep forgetting to put it in the damn ATM. One day I'll put the 5 million yen in the ATM. And I think for this one, I think we've played Aladdin enough times. I don't think I've played Beast King at all, so I guess I'll have to like go in and go and leave 3 times or something. That'll probably do it, even though you don't actually do the thing. So yeah, we're really close. We're getting there. These will be a grind though. The Dragon Spirit, Tiger Puppetry, and Launch Strike, because those are all climax heat. If any of these are closer to being done, it's the Dragon Spirit one. So we're getting there. The end. We're approaching the end. Oh yeah, but the very last thing we'll have to do, of course, is to play on Legend. Which, honestly, I anticipate that to be way easier than everything else we've been doing. Not even 69%. Oh boy, here we go. Quote time. Alright, let's do this raid. I don't know, part of me wants to keep going, but then I'm like, but then I'm gonna go like really late and then regret everything. I'm trying to be slightly better about not streaming till like, you know, 5 a.m. So it's like 2 a.m. We did really good. Alrighty, so we'll go raid Bunny Girl Nikki and watch some Kiwumi. Honestly, I miss Kiwami just for that, because I liked putting Kiwumi in the title. Alrighty, well thank you all for watching. I appreciate you guys. It's always a lot of fun. And yeah, we'll continue Thursday. Hopefully we finish the hostesses. And probably after we finish the hostesses, maybe we'll just start working on the taxi stuff because I don't know what else we're gonna do. Yep. Night or have a good day for you guys at work, Luna and Chaos Observer. Nah. I'll see y'all Thursday.